Spaghetti cat, 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 cat. 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 Spaghetti cat, cat, cat. I wait for you, spaghetti cat, cat, cat. It's all I can do, spaghetti cat, to keep from falling apart. Spaghetti cat, 'cause you're breaking my heart.
Oh yeah. When I first saw you on that daytime TV show, sitting behind that plate of spaghetti, I knew that you were no ordinary cat. Haters will hate on you and make negative comments such as, that cat looks scared, and a cat should not be eating spaghetti. But you just keep on eating that spaghetti, because you will always be spaghetti cat. I wait for you, spaghetti cat. It's all I can do, spaghetti cat. Yeah.
To keep from falling apart, spaghetti cat. 'Cause you're breaking my heart, spaghetti cat.
I do this because I'm sick of people standing by and doing nothing, and I really want to help out the community. And you get a lot of stick from people, like most people, but some people can be helpful and really supportive.
And find that you get a lot of attention from people.
Yeah, you do get a lot of attention, like people coming up to your photos and asking you what you're doing.
And are you a bit of a celebrity around here now?
Yeah, now I am, yeah, now. Well, I found out about it. I was searching on the internet one day, just looking through superheroes and comic books, and this real life superhero community came up, and it's like, I've seen the news reports on YouTube. I thought it was a prank at first, like a hidden camera shop kind of prank, and I looked more into it, and there's loads of them. It all started in the 70s with a guy called Captain Sticker in America, and then it's only just come over here recently. There's about 26 of us up in the UK, and we meet up regularly.
I was poor Roger. He tried to hide it, and I said, "Why are you hiding it?" And I said, "I'm a portal. What are you doing?" And I said, "I'll give you the money towards your costume," and I did. And I was worried at first, but the police know him now, and they keep an eye on him, and he goes round and that.
Doe, a deer, a female deer, Ray, a drop of golden sun.
You have no idea what's coming. You incinerated the priest's temple.
What is it you can't face?
You see, in every job that must be done, there is an element of fun.
Pistol. It's quite unique, as you'll see. It also fires a shotgun cartridge for use in messy, close range. These you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
You stabbed the devil in the back. What do you think he'll do?
First of all, I would like to make one thing quite clear. Excuse me, Captain, haven't we forgotten to thank the Lord?
Maria? It seems to be the will of God that you leave us. The Lord will show you in his own good time.
the first time I laid eyes on Princess Gandari. Such a sweet and innocent little girl. I had no idea what destiny had planned for her. And neither did she.
Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes. Oh yeah, you can find them at the market. We talking about flea market. Montgomery, it's just like a mini mall. Oh yeah, come shop with us. I said flea market, Montgomery. It's just like a mini mall. Hey, hey, you heard me. Come shop. Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes. We got it. You need it. You'll find it. It's just like a mini mall. Hey, hey, you heard me. Come shop. I said flea market, Montgomery. It's just like a mini mall. Hey, hey, living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes. Oh yeah, you can find them at the market. We talking about flea market, Montgomery. It's just like a mini mall. Hey, hey, don't stop. Let's make it a dance. Come on now, to the left, to the right. Let's do this dance. Hey, to the left, to the right. Let's make this a dance. Flea market, Montgomery. It keeps you jumping. It's just like a mini mall. Check it out now, everybody. Like this now. Hey, hey, flea market, Montgomery. It's just like a mini mall. Don't stop. Let's dance. Flea market, Montgomery. It's just like a mini mall.
Let's bring it on down now. Oh yeah, I know you're gonna like this. Come on now.
It's just like,
you know what to say.
It's just like,
you know what I mean.
It's just like,
you know it. So why don't you just come on and say it?
It's just like a mini mall.
Oh yeah, you said it. It's just like a mini mall. Oh yeah, you like this? Come on now, flea market.
Swift, fearless, deadly. These are the men of the Military Assistance Command. They do the jobs the others don't dare to. Trained in the lethal arts. You'll never see them coming. But if you're lucky, you might just hear them rocking. Now, to regain their freedom, they have to take out the assassin clan that made them the Rock and Roll Ninja. Get your copy today.
What's up, nigga? You wanna talk some shit? Call me. Start some shit, bitch.
Sup, fool? You gonna talk shit about me, homie? Where you from?
Hundreds of niggas is waiting for your motherfucking call, and they all talking shit about you right now.
You wanna sell that shit? Call these motherfuckers ASAP.
Yeah, I said some shit. What? Man, fuck you and your bone spurs.
The hardest niggas is standing by, ready to pick up that phone. Buff niggas, dark niggas, Asian niggas, white niggas.
Suck my dick, bitch. Fuck you.
1213-373-4253.
Just dial, nigga. I'll fuck you up.
Deaf niggas, classic niggas, racist niggas, mystery niggas, psycho niggas, dog niggas, Jewish niggas.
You got some motherfucking nerds calling me out Shabbat on some little bullshit ass nigga. Better calm that shit down and come around here and show me some fucking respect before me and my Jewish niggas come up here and beat your ass, nigga. Off top.
Niggas is talking shit. Call now.
$4.99 per minute.
My name is Cecil. I'll sell you gas or diesel cars on my lot. Some of them new, some of them not. I got a tricked out crew. They got one job to do. Tend to your needs, take good care. Make sure they treat you honest and fair. So many deals far and above. One of these babies you're sure to love. Come find a car and we'll do our part. 'Cause I'm Cecil Myers, the dealer with a heart.
On your front lawn, under your porch, on the side of the highway, where you can store all that stuff my way, down here at Jones Big Ass Truck Rental and Car Storage. Now, I know y'all got stuff at your house that you don't need no more, you don't want. You know you ain't gonna use that printer. Why keep it all around your house? Bring it down here to my house. You ain't the Dukes of Hazzard. You know you ain't gonna use that ugly yellow luggage. You don't need all this crap. What you gonna do with this? This is not what it... In my yard, I don't care. I'll store this motorcycle in that van for you for $10.99 a month. You got old tires. They charge you $3 for that old tire. You can rent a truck. You can store a car. They don't care. Bring it on down here. You ain't got to put that old tire for $3. For less than that. Hell, for you, for $3 they gonna charge you. I do it down here for $1.50 down here at Jones Big Ass Truck Rental and Storage Facility. Now, friends, you may ask yourself, how in the hell can he store this stuff for such a cheap price? This in a box, mark it for you, put it away, seal it. The fact of the matter is, I'm pretty drunk right now and store it. And this is a drunk discount sale down here at Jones Big Ass Truck Rental and Car Facility. You got an elephant, I got space. Send me smoke signals. You got weed, and I'll store anything you want. Go ahead and give me a call or find me on them internets at www.jonesbigasstruckrentalstorage.com. That's JONES Big Ass Truck Rentals and Storage.com. This is a bus. You know how big a bus is?
Toilet is so hard to clean. There must be an easier way.
Hi, I'm Derek Bum, and I'm declaring war on toilets with new toilet grenade. Just pull the pin, pop it in the bowl, put the lid down, and let toilet grenade do the rest. Bang! And the lime scale's gone.
Toilet grenade, bang, and the germs are gone. And now, new travel toilet grenade for foreign limescale.
Hi, konnichiwa! No, I'm not authentic Japanese, but you know what is? Sushi Bar Kisu, located on Markham Place in Little Silver, New Jersey. Kisu means real Japanese. It's the best sushi in Little Silver. Enjoy karaoke on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Take out a free delivery when you drive to our location on Markham Place. Godzilla! Abra! Sushi at low prices. Come to Sushi Bar Kisu, located on Markham Place in Little Silver, New Jersey. Chin chin, boy boy!
Hello everyone, Billy Tucci here, and I am so excited to announce She's long-awaited return to comic book shops with this April's She #1 30th Anniversary Original Art Edition. The groundbreaking masterwork that literally changed the face of comics and launched the Bad Girl Revolution returns in this premium formatted 112-page hardcover edition featuring the never-before-published original artwork from the book that started it all, 1994's She, Way of the Warrior #1. The She #1 Original Art Edition is literally a project that is 30 years in the making, with every single original art page, penciled inks, hand-painted colors, and letters all rescanned and digitally remastered back to their original glory. We are also offering for the very first time the She, Way of the Warrior #1 Pencils Up Ash Can Edition. This book features 32 of my original pencil scans from 1994. Again, thank you for 30 wonderful years in comics. We are so appreciative of all your support and faith in the past, and we look forward to bringing you lots of new She product in 2024. See you on the comic shelves.
When I get a serious craving for something I want to eat, I need some cheese, tomatoes and olives, and maybe even some meat. I need some pizza, 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 pizza. Every time I want that pizza, 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 I go to David's Pizza.
Crazy Bruce's Liquors, we've got the bargains for you. Woo, woo, woo. Crazy Bruce's Liquors, selection and quality too. Woo, woo, woo. Come down and see us, you'll think we're too good to be true. Woo, woo, woo. Zinfandel and Cabernet, Red Merlot and Chardonnay, Crazy Bruce's Liquor Store. Woo, woo.
Welcome to Oz. Tell me, how again did you find your way here? None need to worry. You are safe here. There are wonders here, never seen before. Thought you could escape me?
Thea Gale has grown up in a world brought to its knees by drought and monstrous dust storms. Now, a message from her long-lost father will set her on a path through an exotic land. Along with her trusty sidekick Toto, she must befriend a ragtag group of outcasts to endure the many challenges along the way. Battlebrick Road Operation Zephyr is a 52-page graphic novel and the first volume in a 4-part series. From artificial intelligence to genetic manipulation, Battlebrick Road brings an original and multi-layered story to the familiar backdrop of Oz. Back it today and help bring to life this apocalyptically fresh take on the classic American fairy tale. Only on Indiegogo.
welcome to Comicsgate Commandos. We got a great show for you tonight. I'm Johnny Scab, and I've got I just want to do a little Malin Mysteries update because I keep getting questioned about it. I'm going to work on it this week and next week, and it should be ready within like 2 to 3 weeks. I'm going to premiere it on Comicsgate Commandos, so you can see it firsthand before I release it on YouTube. First up, we got a very special guest, one of my mates that came on before. It is our good friend. Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben. How are you doing, Doc?
Excellent. You can see I'm here on the out on the battlefield. You know, it's
yeah, I like your background. I've got to turn you up a bit. What you been up to, Ben? Anything interesting?
Oh, just getting ready with kind of finishing up the season with we got to heat with wood in the compound here, so we're like had to spend a lot of the week gathering the last of the supplies to get through the winter, thawing out bottles. When I just pulled out of the snowbanks, bottles of ink. I got to have plenty of bottles of ink, and
you got to be prepared. Always
be
prepared.
Exactly. Yeah, that's I can show you. Hold on, let me grab my paper here. See that last? I don't know how well this will work with the we'll see. I might have to flip off the thing. Oh yeah, that's just gonna turn it. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna have to flip around my I'll have to turn off this for a second. Hold on just a second. There.
Thanks for tuning in, people. Everyone
you can see the headquarters. See, as I was, last time we were talking, I was working on doing like some sketches for Babies from Hell.
That's brilliant. I like the little top hat dude on the left.
Yes, little baby Sir William Gull, little baby Elephant Man, little baby Detective Abra, Netley, and a couple of the victims, of course.
I'm gonna have to get a copy of that when it comes out. It looks good.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I want to do like a whole. I think that'd just be funny, like a Muppet Babies version of From Hell. Let me get back onto my whole studios. Studios suffered a bomb attack, so.
Now, thanks for coming on, mate. We should have some more people on later on. I've invited some guests on. There's even a surprise guest that I hope might turn up.
Excellent.
I've been seeing a lot of... What's that, Ben?
Oh, I was just gonna say, how's the week been going for you so far? You've been
Yeah, not bad, mate. Not bad. I've been doing a bit of work. Been quite busy, really. I was watching some of John's and Ethan's shows the other night, and this morning, and there's a lot of weird stuff going on at the minute in Comicsgate. There's like little dramas going on.
Yes. You saw our Matt Barr has been he's got a stalker.
Yeah,
a stalker with amorous intentions.
Yeah, apparently someone wanted to dress him up as a sailor and rape him. I mean, bloody hell. That's a specific kink, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I liked that Riley fella too. He was funny doing his he wants to go shave Eric's arms and all that, and taping the money on the he's goofy. He's a goofy, but I don't know. I'm not quite sure what to make of the
Did you see that angry woman that tried having a go at Matt on Ethan's show? The one that just
I was watching. I couldn't follow what on earth she was saying. She was just going about 100 miles an hour, and I'm like, what on earth? And Matt, gotta give him. He composed himself. He was just like, look, this is what I'm dealing with. You want me to not block?
Yeah, Matt just Matt definitely looked like the same one. It astounds me. It's like apparently they accused they wanted to they threatened him, and then she tries saying that she'll sue him and stuff like that. I mean, oh, what's that all about? Is it easy to sue people in America then? Because over here in Britain, it's a hard job trying to sue someone. You ain't really got a chance unless you got a lot of money.
Yeah, I think that's the main bit you need is you got to have, money to hire a lawyer to write up, a motion for however you feel you've been wronged or whatever, and figure out what court it would even fall under.
Surely something like that would just get laughed out of court, though, wouldn't it? It's not really anything. There's nothing to it, is there?
That's what I'm saying. I couldn't even figure out what on earth she was trying to say. What their problem with Matt even was. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it seemed like they're just might have had a mix up with their chemical loads or something like. Or it could just be a bit or something. Like that's the thing too. Is I mean like, it's hard to judge. You don't know someone. Yeah, that might be the best way to.
Fuck, are you to interrupt me? You are affecting my livelihood, and you are not going to get rid of me, fucker! I will fucking sue you if you keep.
She's saying that he's affecting her livelihood. I think by that I mean, what is she? Is she some sort of artist or what? Or I'd never even heard of her before. Do you know about her?
I believe, and like. We got a bunch of chat here too, so I mean, if somebody else knows, by all means, like, kind of like correct us if we're wrong. But I think she is with Riley, the Clipper guy. I think she's with him. I think that's the girl I saw on his channel doing like, extra little bits and intros and stuff, helping him. But
thing that I do is that's porn because I do not. Riley and I, Young Goodbye and I, are not fucking related.
She used to get like that, mental.
And the fact that you don't give a shit about how you're just throwing things out of the ether, you keep saying, "Oh, they threatened you." I didn't do shit. I didn't do shit.
Like,
I never threatened you. I never threatened you.
Someone in the chat just put she's got autism. I know people with autism, and that's more than just autism. I think she's just showing off a little bit there. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think it might be just like sort of a bit or something. But that's what I'm saying. I can't even understand exactly what she's even saying. She's saying he's affecting her business, but was she saying that like that they're not?
I keep looking at Ethan's face as well, and Ethan, I don't know if he's trying not to laugh at most of it, and he's trying to decipher what she's getting on at.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, she has autism, Matt. That's her thing. Like you're picking.
Wait, so hold on. Wait. Is that a fact? Is that a fact that she's autistic? Or is Ethan just is Ethan informing her right now? Like
no. It's I think it's even in.
I think the thing is well, like, if you've got some kind of disability, like, it's not really an excuse, is it, for someone not to take the piss out of you? I mean,
right? You have to be the same as if you're overly sensitive about something. You can't just expect that everyone else is going to cater to whatever
If you're going to threaten to sue someone every time they say something you don't like, that's just SJW shit, isn't it? That's just taking things too far.
Well, I don't want to. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't follow what exactly she's saying, and like is there potential that like they're not like doing pornos or whatever? That my impression is like that's what Matt Barr was saying, is that her and Riley.
I think Matt said about her OnlyFans page. She got something like that.
Right. So I mean, if you have an OnlyFans page, you don't have to necessarily be doing, sex work or whatever. They could be on there doing knitting videos or something. Like look, this is how you purl, this is how you hook. I don't, so I mean, if she's upset saying like, no, we're not doing that sort of content, and we just have something, knitting content or whatever, I could appreciate her being upset about that, but I don't think that's actually the case either. So I just suspect they're trying to I think they probably see Matt as sort of like an easy mark, sort of like he's someone like you could poke him a little bit and get him riled up, and he's gonna
what do you think of this then?
That's what she said.
This is a video they made for Matt Barr.
That's what Vince Allen said.
It's weird. It's really weird.
Make up the room that I'm going to be keeping him in.
Yes,
I need something cute to wear when I'm done with him.
Yeah,
If I can't find a sailor costume, I'll get him this Spider-Man outfit.
Is he planning to rape him?
Right up Matt's alley.
Hang on, I didn't.
Art director
was it-
Matt
Yeah,
Barr
I forgot about this actually.
I'm going to need to do something first. I'm going to need to collect all the supplies necessary.
This is the
and put
worst
them in
thing
this
ever. Do we need?
backpack
Hold
for
on, stop.
I know he's trying to make some kind of joke there, but it seems very specific. It's like he's done it before. He starts talking about locking someone away and buying them things, and creepy.
He does seem pretty he's definitely got like a good, like, not good, but he's got like a plan, a script that he's following. He's got that's what I'm saying, is like I think that it's a bit, but I don't know how far it's, are they actually violent people that actually want to commit some sort of thing against, that's where you get into trouble if like you're gonna say no, they're perfectly safe. They're not, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the part where it gets into that weird gray area. But I think it's just they saw, I'm sure you see like Matt and went and.
What's up, guys?
How you doing, mate?
How you doing?
Man with
What's
the
up,
golden
Dr. Ben?
voice.
What's up, Johnny?
All good, mate. Did you just see what we were talking about?
I kind of got the gist of it, the whole Matt Bear and Clipperverse thing. Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt you though, Dr. Ben. Continue. Sorry.
Oh no, that's fine. But yeah, like Matt, and like I'm not saying anything against Matt, but like I said, it seems like he might be someone who's easily kind of provoked. You know what I'm saying? Or like, he's someone that they kind of guessed like they'd be able to get a reaction out of him, and they're just running with that. I mean, it's the same thing, not the same thing, because like Matt Barr and Eric July are like a million miles apart, but like Eric July is someone where, if someone insults him or like makes fun of him or something, he is like, it doesn't matter how small that person is, he is on them. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And like the first couple times, I think it was like people were like, "Oh shit, he just does this reliably." Like, and that's what I'm saying. I think that's what Riley saw with Eric, and so he's trying to migrate that over to Matt Barr, because I mean the stuff with Eric is just getting everyone's tired of it.
Yeah,
it's overplayed.
That's partly of what attracts me to liking Matt. He's very straight to the point, very blunt. I like people like that. They don't beat around the bush. You know where you stand.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to say like anything against him, being like he's an easy mark to, or that they saw him as an easy mark to, kind of like try and provoke a response out of. Like that's I mean that's how he is, like.
Yeah, I had my own interaction with him actually one time, where essentially somebody posted something, and I made like an agreement. I said, what did I say? It was something, and I said awkward, just as an agreement with the guy. And Matt Bear thought I was saying something else entirely, and he like jumped at me, and it was just like, maybe when you don't like something, maybe like take a second, and by a second I mean like 30 minutes maybe, to think about it.
The problem with online modern technology and texting is that texts and writing things come out very differently to different people.
That's very true.
So how you read it is.
Well, it's something to consider too with Matt. I mean, he's got reason to be like, quick to like assume people are kind of coming sideways at him. I mean, how long has he been working with your boy Zach there? And Zach was the one they were scheming to try and confront him in a comic convention and try to like trigger his like Zach's PTSD, like hoping that they could like get him to, you know what I mean? Like that's what the people were doing back in 2017, 2018, like when he's just coming into the game, and that's never ended. You know what I mean? Like that's a constant. I just saw that just a couple minutes ago. That thing with Chrissy Mayer. She finished a comedy show, and somebody came up and pepper sprayed like her and like the crowd of people that was around her.
I did not hear that. Oh shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
I've seen her too. She came to my town. She's good. She's funny.
They said she's pregnant as well. That could be really good for a baby.
That's fucked up, dude.
And that's been a common thing too. It's like people attacking comedians and stuff. I mean, we had obviously the big one with Chappelle.
That was some crazy shit. That was. Have you watched his latest stand-up, Dave Chappelle? He talks about it. Says how Puff Daddy blocked him from getting out. He's like, imagine getting body checked by Puff Daddy. Fucking hell.
Damn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's all of that's happened, and like this is the thing. Is like people pay attention, especially like Dave Chappelle's crowd is a very they're all the people that are like following him are all sort of. I don't want to say that they're like necessarily right wing or left wing, but he's got that crowd of people that are kind of beyond just like left wing, right wing, and that are just really paying attention to everything that's going on. That's what I'm saying. They're in response to this, like, okay, we just had somebody literally jump on the stage and try to, off Dave Chappelle, and the media response was just kind of like, well, maybe he deserved it for telling jokes. Have we thought about that angle? And it's like,
oh my gosh.
That's, people see that, and just because everyone doesn't make a response and say, hey, that's fucked up or that's wrong.
Oh no, he roboted.
I remember that one, and that's what I'm saying. Like we're seeing it spill over to be in. Chrissy Mayer obviously is nowhere near the size of like Dave Chappelle, but. We got people attacking her literally attacking her at a concert. They just had you all know who Kurt Metzger is. I think he's writing. Yeah, I think he's actually writing or contributing to that Rainbow the Brood or whatever.
Really?
Him and like a few other comedians all just got canceled from a comedy club that's in Seattle in the Capitol Hill district, which was I think that was the their autonomous zone or whatever back in the so that's what I'm saying. Is like comedy is like to me is kind of like the canary, for our coal mining audience that'll easily understand the metaphor of the canary in the coal mine.
all the coal miners in the chat. What's up, guys?
Yes. What's up, Cole?
Do you still have coal mines in America? Do you still have one?
Oh, yeah.
We got them all closed down over here. We kind of exhausted it, I think.
Yeah.
They're all shut down in Britain.
I'd imagine. They've been because they were digging up coal back in like Middle Ages and stuff. Like at year 1000, they're like digging up coal in it.
Yeah. The only thing we really got left is oil reserves. We got loads of oil stashed away in the North Sea because we keep buying other countries' oil and keeping ours stocked. It's quite a clever move, really.
Yeah, stocking your own oil and keeping it stocked is actually a clever move. It's interesting. It's funny how that works. Our government keeps using our oil, our reserves for things.
It's true. It's true. Yeah.
Hello, DarkMindOfL.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The chance. Anytime I do a live stream on like my show, I have like one person watching, so it's like
it takes a while to take off. I think I was just lucky, to be honest, mate. I think it's just because people like Malin Mysteries.
Yeah, Malin Mysteries really.
I'm not a very interesting person.
Well, I mean, the real reason we're here is, I do want to, like, I've gotten messages to try and shake you down to get some, what's going on with Malin's Mysteries. What's the next, if you can give us any,
the next episode is going to be a very big battle. That's pretty much the gist of it. And you can imagine there's going to be a lot of Easter eggs and tropes.
Right. Yeah,
you'll see pretty much everyone that's been in. Well, almost everyone that's been in it so far.
They'll make a return. That's awesome.
And maybe a few extras. That reminds me, actually, I need headshots. I need headshots of you two to put into the Comicsgate Commandos. We make a little split-second scene in it.
Excellent.
I'll send you one after the show.
Yeah, of course, always. Anything for the cause, as you know.
Yeah, it's better if you send them yourselves, because otherwise I've got to try and screenshot you on. It looks crap. Then it'd just be all pixely, like what happened with DarkGift. It was his face was all pixeled because I couldn't find a decent picture of him. He's mysterious.
By the way, I want to say
I just go on.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I just go on like YouTube and like I just use my iPad and like enlarge the video and just take screenshots. That's all I do for like grabbing.
I didn't think of that. But I don't think you're zooming in on it.
Yeah, I'm just a straight ghetto for how I run my stuff.
No, I like your work. I was looking at a lot of your stuff on your channel, and it's original, and you're funny as well, Ben. You're very funny. You got a dry sense of humour.
Yeah.
For an American, it's very British kind of humour.
Well, I was gonna say I grew up watching like Monty Python, like the Flying Circus show was on. I think it was on Comedy Central or whatever. And I watched that constantly growing up. So,
did you ever watch Blackadder or a bit of Fry and Laurie?
No, I've heard about him, but I have the last British show I watched was Black's Books, which was pretty good.
Yeah,
but
I've seen all of them. Blackadder and Black's Books. Yeah, that's more of a modern one, isn't it? That's quite funny.
A bit of Fry and Laurie is one of my favorite shows ever. That show is so hilarious. Yeah, honestly, British humor is probably like I kind of like it more, to be honest.
Right.
Yeah, there's pros and cons. I like some American stuff. I just don't like canned laughter and stuff like that. Sort of like sitcoms and things like that. I find them a bit boring. Things like Friends and stuff like that. I never found that funny.
Have you watched Seinfeld?
Yeah, that's all right. That's not too bad.
Yeah, there's a couple of the sitcoms that were good. That was actually we were just watching some Frasier. Frasier was pretty good, and Cheers. Cheers was the other one, and maybe like Night Court, maybe. But Friends was Friends was so good.
Have any of you watched a British comedy called The Mighty Boosh?
No, but people have suggested it to me, but I just don't know where to watch it.
Very surreal. I think it's ITV. It might even BBC or ITV. I'll try and find a link and I'll send it to you at some point.
Perfect,
I think
thank you.
Okay.
Interesting.
I like your hat too. That's a sick hat. It's like a commie hat, except the skull instead. It's cool.
Does that outrank Commie Mark's hat, or is that like?
He's a communist. I'll always outrank him. Man's all right. I don't mind him because he ain't an extreme communist like a Marxist. They're the ones that really fuck shit up.
Yeah, they're.
At least he's just in England. I guess Commie Mark's just more like a working class kind of. You call it like Labour Party are very mild communists. They just want like workers' rights.
Mild communists. They're mild till they get in there, Johnny. Then they show their true colors. You heard him. He's like the guillotine, which I got to be honest, I don't like disagree with him a lot on some of his kind of raw rebellious. I'm like, yeah, the guillotine would be kind of nice there.
It would be. He did seem pretty fixated on the guillotines being solved most of it.
I love how they say guillotine too. It's so great.
We've all got very different accents here in Britain. There's different regional accents, and Commie Mark's, he's not got your stereotypical Birmingham accent. You can hear it slipping through, but he's quite well spoken for a Brummie.
What's a Brummie?
A Brummie. That's a nickname. That's a nickname for someone from Birmingham. We call them Brummies or Brums. like how you call a Londoner a Cockney, basically.
Okay. Interesting. Brums. Hey, Joseph Pantalon's got an amazing picture there. The thing is awesome.
What's that? Sorry,
The Thing. Joseph Pantalon's picture was The Thing.
Oh, Joseph Pantalon.
It's my favorite character of all time.
Read that. He says
he's everywhere over here. There it is. See, look at him right there.
Some people on the spectrum that are high functioning can be dangerous. They have no empathy. All the politics are activating them. All the politics are activating them that are left wing or right wing. Right? Yeah, they're just devoid of emotion and don't have.
Politics, when you think about it too much, really just kind of like suck your soul out to a degree.
Yeah,
it just makes you very kind of jaded and negative.
The Young Ones and Red Dwarf.
Oh yeah, Young Ones. That was another good one, definitely.
I like Red Dwarf as well. That was probably one of the only sci-fi comedies I've ever liked. Really, I've never been into sci-fi much. Only certain films. Bit of RoboCop, Judge Dredd. That's about it, really. For sci-fi.
Did you see the Dredd with Carl Urban?
Yeah, it was a good. It was a very good take. I do like the Stallone one, but I'd say the Carl Urban one's closer to the comics.
The Stallone one, the city was more, I felt like, closer to the comics, like just the environment. But you're right, like the main like through line of thread.
Jim Satala, he's asked if we've seen Peaky Blinders. You ever seen that, lads?
That's another one that's been suggested to me that I just have not seen. I know it's on Netflix.
That's actually based in Birmingham, where Commie Mark's from. Brummie Mark. That's based in his city, and he's sort of like in between the First and the Second World War sort of times, and it shows you a lot of like the gangsters, the gangs that run the city. It's quite interesting. A bit like Gangs of New York, but a British version.
Okay.
I just watched that one movie recently with the two brothers, the two identical brothers. I forgot what the movie's called, but then they become like gang lords.
About the Craze.
Oh, the Craze, yeah.
Yeah, about the Craze.
Yeah. That was good as well. There's an old film about them as well that's quite good. It had the brothers from Spandau Ballet in it.
Really interesting.
It sounds funny, but it was quite a dramatic film. It was quite good.
Wait, the brothers from Spandau Ballet were playing the Craze brothers?
Yeah, I'll look them up for you. I'll see if I can get a picture of them as the Craze.
What's up, Carbon Heart?
Because the Craze brothers were like, they were like boxers, and then like also like gangsters or whatever, like criminals or whatever, criminal underlords or overlords or whatever you call them.
Yeah, a lot of gangsters in Britain tend to get into boxing. You can get a lot of money out of boxing, and it's that they rig it and stuff like that.
No. What? Boxing is rigged? Wait a minute.
Some of it is, yeah.
Now he's gonna say the WEF is fake too. Come on.
Yeah, well, this is why we left. This is why we rebelled.
Dude, I love the UFC. Honestly, I'm kind of snobby in that it's like the only thing I consider a real sport anymore.
It is like it changes your perspective. Like when you watch wrestling after you watch like UFC, it's like,
yeah,
why is he so slow?
He pulled a good move, but what if he'd had a knee in his face? Then how would he have felt?
That was the Spandau Ballet Brothers.
That's crazy.
Oh.
They look totally different from the way the Cray brothers look in real life.
Yeah. I think the Tom Hardy played it a lot better, a lot more to what they were like.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep up with the chat. It's going quite fast, so apologies if I've missed anything. Peaky fucking blinders. Irish mob. The Irish mob. You got a lot of Irish mob in America? Irish mafia?
I wish there were more. Not that I'm aware of, because I'm Irish, you see. It'd be nice if there was like a mafia that supported me. But
I did guess. I sort of guessed that you were Irish by your name. It's a classic Irish name, that.
Yeah.
What about you, Ben? Have you got? What's your heritage? What's your if you don't mind me asking.
Oh no, not at all. Not at all. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm. Like my father's side of the family is from like Kentucky, up in like the mountains of Kentucky, and so they're all sort of.
So that's like southern USA, yeah, Kentucky. Right?
It's like right in the middle, right?
Right,
like so, well, not in the middle, but like the middle of the east side, I guess. How to describe it? It's it's like lots of mountains, like where a lot of like the Scottish settlers came over. They all went up into like the mountains in Kentucky and Tennessee. So it's like I got like a lot of Scottish ancestors from his side of the family, and then my mom's side, my grandfather was from Finland. Like he was 100% Finn, and then the grandmother was like English and Swedish. I think she was the one. Like I think there was her family was supposed to have been able to be traced back to the Mayflower or one of them, like one of the old original, but it was like English heritage and Finnish. That'd be the main things I would think of myself as, because that's I mean, like my father's family is all Scottish, Irish, that whole little batch.
Warriors. Good warriors, the Scottish and the Irish, Celts. Exactly. I'm from my family originally. Funnily enough, we were talking about it the other day. William of Normandy. Right. My bloodline came over to Britain with them, with the invasion, and then we bred into the Scottish. I got a little bit of Scottish in my history.
Okay.
My mum was from Manchester, and my dad was from up in a place called Carlisle, which is like really close to Scotland. It's near the border, but it's still England. It's just
what's the general kind of consensus about the Braveheart movie over there? Because like I know over here that's definitely like people like loved Braveheart, especially if you were like had any sort of like Scottish ancestry. You were just like, oh fuck yeah,
it was definitely appreciated as a good movie, because Mel Gibson movies usually are well directed and good plots and stuff like that. But I think that William, it was very obviously from the Scottish perspective, whereas to the British, like to the English, William Wallace was actually quite a violent, barbaric type character. He was a lot nastier than they make out in the film. He'd just come around and behead people and stuff like that. And obviously they're not going to show all that. And the English were made out to be very evil in that, which is
right.
We did do some nasty stuff, but that whole that scene when he takes takes the wife on the first night, prima nocta stuff.
That's exactly what I was thinking about. I was like,
we didn't actually have that as a law. That wasn't like a law. That was made up. Only the
made
king,
up for the movie.
Only the king could do that. You couldn't have a lord doing that. That would have to be the king himself.
And he's not going to be roaming around the countryside to find.
You never know, dude. Some of those kings were horny. How about what's his name? Henry VIII. Henry VIII. He just couldn't get enough. He couldn't have enough wives. He made an entire new church because he couldn't have enough wives. That guy.
He loved it, didn't he?
Yeah, he sure did. They say it's because he didn't have a male heir, but
must have given him a headache. All those wives. I don't know if I could handle one.
Scottish Egyptian. What? It's like Highlander shit.
That's amazing.
Scottish Egyptian. Ramirez. Highlander.
Yes.
He was a Scottish, Spanish Egyptian. That's what he says.
That's really almost kind of like that really make like kind of, I don't want to say kind of takes me aback, really. I'm like tongue-tied thinking about, because like I remember watching Braveheart, and that was like a pivotal part to it. Like I remember like me and my friends being like, well, the English, they have this prima nocta thing.
Yeah.
They could come.
No wonder we were
married. I was like, man, fuck them. Yeah. It's like, of course.
Carbonart's asking for the link. I would send it, mate, but I've only got certain amount of slots for guests on this free version of StreamYards, and I've got to keep them open in case the ones I've invited come on. But if they don't come on, I'll chuck it out. All right, mate? Sorry about that.
It's funny, when I was a kid, you know when you play army when you're a kid, so obviously you've got to choose who you are and then who the enemy is. And when I was a kid, it was always I was a revolutionary soldier versus the redcoats. I don't know why. It's just like, yeah, I want to get me some redcoats.
Right. That was, now that I was thinking about that too. Like one of my favorite songs is that Battle of New Orleans. It's like an old timey song, and it's about like shooting like redcoats. Like I feel like we're almost like trying to bully Jonny because he is over and imitating him when we're like, those damn redcoats.
Right.
I've had fucking everything.
Dude, that just gave me an idea for a great new like book or story or something where the commies, fully take over England, and then they start wearing the red coats again, and they've got the hammer and sickle on it. That would be sick. And then they try to invade America. Yeah, we gotta kick them out again.
So what do you do? You're a writer, Patrick?
I'm like,
you also sing, right? That was.
Yeah, I would say that's the thing I have the most experience in. I was in a band for like 10 years. And then it broke up. So I've been out of the music scene for like 5 years. And in that time, like COVID happened, and that's when I finally decided, like, I've always loved comic books and I've like written and drawn them myself, but never like something for actual like consumption by the people. So like now I was like, all right, well, this is really what I want to do. Like, I don't want to do, I like work at a car dealership. And it's not, it's a great place to work, but it's not what I want to do for the rest of my life. You know what I mean? Like, I want to do what I love, and I want to be able to, I do also really want to be able to contribute, because I feel like I can. So I'm gonna do that. By the way, I got to send you the link for the sign up page for my book.
If you write something in the chat, I can make you a moderator, and then you can post your own links. I think and you, Dr. Ben. But the only way I can do it is if you write something in the chat. I haven't worked out how to do it.
How's that work?
Yeah, here you go. Hang on.
In the chat. What? Connect the YouTube. I think so.
Oh, hang on. It's not them.
I have to do that? Now I'm a whole nother. Is this it? I think this is it. I think I'm there. Maybe. It's having me sign up for stuff. Can everyone see all my passwords? Holy shit.
I can't see anything on your screen other than utter desolation behind you. That's a great
right.
I'm surprised you're still streaming with all that going on back there, you know?
Well, I'm wearing a lot of camouflage, and I think things have calmed down for now.
The French have stopped bombing for now.
On that other guy, that guy that's a fan, that's Dale Keown's like biggest fan, that Comic-Con Cons, what's his name? Cons Comic Pit Stop. He was like, his house burned down or some shit. He's in the hospital.
Damn.
Yeah, he was. They were looking at his stuff the other day, and his like hands are all freaking just devoured by fire. Like, it's insane.
Oh, that's. I didn't hear anything. Was that just today?
Yeah, they were. What is? Oh, it must have been Friday, because it was on the Ballers. They were showing him on there. I was like, oh, dude, because I think he had like I remember seeing him like in different like Dale Keown groups. He had like a big giant like the cover for like a bass drum was like a giant like image of Pitt. Like, I think it was like the
I think I remember
like the original. It was like one of the original like poster images was like the cover for the bass drum, and he had that, and he was like, look, I'm like, I love Pitt. I was like, oh yeah, this dude's pretty cool. And it seemed, I was like, you know, like that's what I'm saying. Like, I often have a comprehension following what people are saying, what exactly they're saying. And it seemed like there was something like his house was burning and he ran back in to go get comics and pull them out. And his hands were all, I was just like, oh shit. And he's been posting, I keep seeing pictures and stuff from him, and he's like, I'm in the hospital, the food sucks. I'm like, jeez.
Well, you gotta imagine some of these guys probably have like $1,000, like hundreds of thousands of dollar comic book collections. Like, some of the stuff that Aaron Lopresti shows off, you got to wonder, like, how much does his comic collection cost? It's probably like unbelievable, you know? I would feel like worried about owning things of such value that might burn down. You know what I mean? Like, all this is just reprints and shit. I mean, well, there's one, I have an issue of the Fantastic Four number, I don't know exactly. I think 27 is what number it was, but it was the Origin of Doctor Doom.
Right on.
And it was a giant size special with the Origin of Doctor Doom, and then a reprint of the first issue with the Mole-Man. And it was worth like $30 when I got it, and now it's like $400. But either way, that's not a lot. But like, either way, that's the one thing I would really not want to lose. You know what I mean? My grandma gave it to me, so I'm like, you know,
oh yeah,
that's kind of more. And the Fantastic Four are my favorite, so it's kind of more special to me.
Right on. Yeah, no, they're always talking too about having like all these old collections. Well, I just get Silver Age stuff now, or I'm like, what?
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh. And that John's Long Box guy, he's got like just so many. It's insane.
He's got a good channel. I watch him sometimes. He's all right.
I wonder what kind of insurance he has for all that stuff, you know? He's got like renter's insurance or whatever to oh my gosh.
Well,
Nate, we're making you hate life.
Why?
It's probably this is I saw, actually, this is like a somber time for me because I lost my friends like 5 years ago. That's why I was looking on my thing today, and like, you know, like Facebook will show you like old memories. It was like, it brought up this one of like, just when I was like getting divorced, I was like staying with a friend, like a guy that I used to work with at a factory. And I was staying with him like in the middle of like getting divorced and shit, which again is bringing people down, but it has a fun ending. So I was staying with this guy, and he was just like, he was a mechanic, and he was just like the best, like just backyard mechanic you could find. And he was just hilarious. You know, he's just one of those guys you just drink with and hang out, and he's just a blast. And I was staying with him, and 5 years ago, I discovered that he was dead. He was dead on his bed. I hadn't seen him for a day or two. you know, I was staying there. He owned the house. He was renting me a room. Hadn't seen him. I went for like rent that day, and I'm like, if he's not here for like when I give him rent, like something's up. I gotta go. I'm like, went up to his room, and it was a two-story house, and the door to his room was like locked, was closed, and it was just like a little latch, right? So you could like kind of push the door. Like I knock, I'm like, hey, Paul, you in there? Nothing. Like I pushed the door and I could see the TV's on, and I'm trying to look. I'm like, hey, what's going on? You want your money? You want the rent? What's going on? And his girlfriend was leaving notes on the door too, because she wanted his girlfriend wasn't talking to her, or he wasn't talking to his girlfriend or whatever. So I'm like, what's going on? And I'm looking, and eventually I could see, like on the end of the bed, I could just see his foot like just sticking up, just I'm like, oh shit. That's not good.
Yes,
And
it's not nice. It's when you experience that sort of thing. If you've been around it, it's not a very nice thing.
Oh yeah,
So,
no, I've definitely had.
So did you like break in, or like what happened?
Yeah, I called the cops. I wasn't gonna, because then like if I broke in and like, because that's what I'm saying, he definitely wasn't waking up. Like it wasn't like.
Gotcha.
They came, they kicked the door out, and he's just laying there. I'm like, oh, well, yeah, he's definitely dead. Yeah.
Damn.
So I'm saying it was.
But then you're like, sweet, I don't have to pay rent this month.
Right. Well, I mean, he was like charging me like $100 a month to say, you know what I mean? Like it was just.
I know. Johnny, you ever seen a dead body before? Let's bring the mood up here then. If he's hating life right now. You ever seen a dead body, Johnny?
Yeah, I have, mate. Have you?
No, I've never seen a dead body before. Not of a human person.
What?
I mean, like I've never like I've been around like the morgue and things like that. I mean, like finding one dead. You know what I mean? Like somebody that you knew alive and then found dead. I've never experienced that before.
No, I took the good part of the story is that I took his katana sword. Right, he has his katana sword, so I took that when I left. Because
he would have wanted you to have it.
He would have. We were sitting there one day on his porch, and while he was still alive, and this car pulls up. And this kid like looks out and goes, "Buenas noches," and he's like, "What? You fucking kids!" And he jumps up, runs back in the house, and he comes back out with the sword, flips up, like, "You fucking kids!" He's swinging it around, jumps off, he's running around the yard, and they drive off, and they're teenagers. So, but you can hear them laughing as they're driving away. And he's like, "Those are the fucking kids. Those are the ones that were messing with me." I'm like, I don't think you succeeded in scaring them off. And also, just for the record, I don't have like bail money right now. So if you attack people with a sword, I can't. I mean, I didn't see anything, but I got no scratch because That's what I'm saying. Like Paul, he's a good fellow. The old believer in Christ, my brother, tried to do right by him. Kept his sword. His son would have just sold it for meth. So.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. Hopefully his son's better now, but at the time his son was definitely not so good.
Methyl.
Which I mean, I would give if his son was like, "Hey, you have my father's sword," I would definitely I wouldn't like do some kind of like evil ninja shit and be like, "Come and take it, child,"
Oh, well, you'd have to make him earn it. Like, how do you know he deserves it or not? You know what I mean? You have to make him at least jump across like a large drop.
Do some sort of samurai ninja skill task.
Make him like walk over hot coals. Do you really want this sword?
Do you ever practice with it then? Do you ever do the cutter moves, like learning about it? And...
Like not with other people, you know what I'm saying? Like I go outside and like, you know, I try to you know, swing it around and try to do some, like if you ever seen Ghost Dog. Ghost Dog was an old movie from Jim Jarmusch, and in that he was doing. So I saw that. I base a lot of things off of what I remember from watching that, because it was like Forrest Whitaker being a samurai, and he had, you know, the samurai sword, and he'd be up there doing all the sword play. So I try to remember that, and you know, I live in the country, so people aren't really gonna like see me like jumping around with the sword, or not really jumping, but you know, being there with a sword.
Are swords legal in certain states in America then? Are there different rules in different states?
I don't know that they're illegal anywhere. I don't know. I mean, maybe in like a city, maybe, but I
think you just you can't run around with them like maybe in
you can't
stores.
open and carry them, basically. You can
Right,
just walk
like
with a sword.
I feel like if I walk down the street with a sword where I live, people would just look at me kind of funny. I don't know that anybody would say anything to me though.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of America is kind of like a case by case basis, and like which exact spot, like the same with like firearms, you know, like some places you walk around with a pistol on your hip and like nobody's gonna bat an eye. You know, other places they're gonna flip out and call the cops and start screaming, and some place, you know,
over here in Britain, you couldn't carry anything over here. You just get arrested or stopped straight away.
So do you have a lot of brass knuckles then? Because they're kind of easily concealable, and you got some people who like boxing too.
They're not something you're meant to have, but yeah, there's not many of them in England.
You guys got a lot of knife stabbings over there, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's lots of knives, definitely.
Yeah.
Have you got any knives?
Well, it's just the thing is like people are going to kill each other either way. So because they can't kill people with guns in Britain, they kill people with knives instead.
It's true.
That's really, but I feel like the guns thing actually kind of makes, like, when you go to a place where there's a lot of more freedom to it, there's a lot more responsibility to it too. So people are a lot more, there's not as much like, people are very polite to one another because they don't want to get their tempers up.
Yeah. Well, I do a lot of hunting and outdoor sort of stuff. I like going camping sometimes. And I've got quite a lot of knives, but you ain't meant to carry them in public unless you've got a reason. So they don't mind if you're going out hunting or something, but you've got to keep it concealed and wrapped up in the bottom of your bag. You can't have easy access to it.
Do you use a bow when you hunt, or a rifle?
Air rifle.
Oh yeah, you did say that before, I think.
Yeah, I have used bows as well. I'm quite good with a bow. Have you fired a bow before?
Oh, I'm terrible at it. Absolutely terrible. It's
I
like yeah.
Well,
And since guns are legal here, I'm like, fuck bows. I don't care. You know.
Have you got a nice collection of guns yourself? Or
I wouldn't call it a collection, but you know, I don't want to go into details. But it's like I have what I need. That's what I would say. No, that's not true. I need all kinds of guns, but I don't have them. But like, you know what I mean? Like I see them and I need them. But like I would like the one gun I will always want but will never have is the VSS Vintorez. It's just it's a Russian Spetsnaz gun. It's so beautiful, but I'll never have it because
that's wise, Barb.
You know.
What's that like
so I need things, but I have what I need to like survive if push comes to shove, I guess is what I'm saying.
Always keep them guessing.
Well, you know, it's just like it's like, yeah, you just don't want to talk about specifics because, you know, you never know who's listening. So better to keep it vague, I would say.
Yeah. If we can, should we? You know, I don't want to turn this into like a Dr. Phil kind of style show, but I don't. We should. I don't know if we should try to stage like an intervention to keep Dillard from experimenting with meth. There, he's seems kind of concerning. He says he might think about trying it. He likes it. I don't know. Dillard, you know, this isn't the answer. Comicsgate says no to meth. I think that's...
you should try oxytocin instead. I'm just kidding.
PCP. That's the only way to fly.
I meant to say oxycontin. I realized I said oxytocin, which occurs when you have sex. So I mean, I guess try that instead.
Have any of you ever tried DMT?
Technically, no. Like when I had open heart surgery when I was 18, so like I died and my brain flooded with DMT, but I don't remember it because they gave me a different kind of drug that made me forget it, which I explicitly asked them not to, but they had to because of insurance. So I don't remember what happened, but like the drug version of it, like the outside of your body version of it, no, I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't because I would like it too much.
Yeah, I've only read about it. I was always initially confused before I'd ever taken any sort of psychedelic, you know, acids or mushrooms or anything. I thought that I had read about it in must have been like Terrence McKenna or something explaining DMT. He was like saying how like everything goes pixelated and this, and I'm like, wow, that sounds insane. Like you just everything turns into pixels and then you're in a different world. What the fuck? So I thought like all of them were like that. But, yeah.
When we done a gig once over in Amsterdam, our guitarist, he went missing for a few days and we were looking for him, and I ended up going to this church. It was like have you heard of ayahuasca?
Yeah.
It was a church that was dedicated to that, like a South American church. And they fed you bowls of this ayahuasca stuff, and you sat down in a big circle. Really interesting. It was very life changing, very strange shit. Everyone's experience is different, I think. But it kind of opens up your dream part of your brain that allows you to dream and imagine, and it's strange, very strange.
So like you tried it. You got the bowl of the stuff.
I tried it once, yeah. I've done a lot of magic mushrooms as well, to be honest. I think that's where I get my surreal creativity.
What did you see when you were on ayahuasca?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
Well, what I saw personally, it changes for everyone, but everything just is almost like you know, like in films when you go into like purgatory, where there's almost things just there's nothing there. It's like you're in an open space. That's how it was for me, and I had like voices, like a voice, trying to like guide me to something. It's very hard to remember in detail, as you can imagine, like the exact details, but to get it over. But yeah, I've heard a lot of weird stories. There's people that say they spoke to God, spoke to Jesus, and things like that. I guess it depends on what you believe personally, and then your imagination plays on that. And
interesting.
Entirely, like what you expect brings in a lot of it. A lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hang on.
Very interesting.
I just saw something about a guy. He must have like some sort of like unlimited access to it. Ben Landis, that's what the fellow's name is. I saw him on Twitter. Let me see if I can find this, because he's you know that people talk about there being DMT entities, right?
Yeah. The Machino.
Yes.
You see this? I'm prepared. Do you have any idea?
That's what I mean. We're on it. This is this isn't like the slums. We're like
no,
they're just
we're
strung
spick and
together.
span over here. They're all disheveled and stuff. By the way, okay,
we're all
Johnny,
civilized gentlemen here, not like the slums.
Johnny, in that last episode, there's a line in it that like no one wants to say that they think is super funny, but it is hilarious, and it's where DarkGift is like, "Oh, so you've come to ask for help from us, huh?" And John is like, "Yes, we need the help of the CG slums and all the real Comicsgate artists." And it's like, oh, oh my god! And I don't believe that myself, but it's like, oh, it's so funny. It was just like, oh damn. And nobody says it, but I was looking at their faces while they were watching it. I was looking at their faces, and they thought it was funny. It's a joke, but it's so good.
I'm glad people get it. It's kind of it's very niche humor, isn't it? Really, you got to know a bit about Comicsgate to get it.
True.
So I'm saying, it's like we have a secret. It's like we have got a secret handshake to get into to understand everything.
Mm-hmm.
But the chats, the chat knows exactly what I'm saying. These machine elves, whatever the DMT entities or whatever, are not to be trusted.
They're probably demons.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I was. It's funny because these are all the things actually I've been discussing this week, right? I was discussing with my cousin this video with a psychiatrist, right, that was talking about and experiencing entities after dealing with schizophrenics, like people that were like coming up and like literally like hearing voices, and like the psychiatrist started interacting with them, like, well, what are the voices saying? And like the voices would interact, and it was the stuff the guy was like talking. It was definitely like, oh, this isn't like
the
where are they coming
more
from?
about the subjects that person would have no knowledge of, things like that.
Right. Oh yeah. It's entirely all that stuff. Like there was ones where like people were saying how like they would get like lotto number, whatever you could bet on, like lotto numbers, things like that. Like the voices would tell them things to like help them, and like like they'd win a bet or gamble or whatever. Or there's ones about the voices were telling these drug dealers like where to run to get away from the cops and to like do this and like hide up. And like the psychiatrist guy was like slowly like realizing like these aren't like good things. These are actually they're demons. They're demons. I mean, it follows all the same things that I'm not sure how religious Jonny is or anyone, but I mean,
I believe in demons and spirits and ghosts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There are definitely like evil things that are out there, and they're not to be
people fuck around with them a lot, like in a kind of like especially with all these movies these days, it's kind of like chic to do it, and it's like but then you see, like, when you look at it from an outside perspective and you see the results of like those people's lives and what their lives are like, they don't normally realize that their lives are fucking awful, but you from the outside can be like, oh shit. So you treat all this stuff kind of as a joke, and your life is like this, and it's like, well, I don't know, put two and two together. It's like, I probably should take this seriously then. There's been situations in my life too where it's like, well, here's a good example for you. Like my brother used to have night terrors, and he would every night at about 3 a.m., between 3 a.m. and 3:30, which coincidentally is the witching hour. He would like wake up, and if you ever heard somebody with a night terror, it's like they're screaming and they're obviously terrified of something, and they're looking around the room like it's with them in there. So I just had to yell at him to wake him up. But like the next one time, my parents were kind of sick of it. That's the wrong way to put it. They want
you and your nightmares.
So we had a priest bless a Saint Benedict medal, and bing bang boom, the night terror stopped, and it was like, oh, okay,
Really?
so this shit's real then.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's definitely Nate. Yeah,
Welcome to
Nate
my nightmare.
earlier says.
Wait, are you
that,
saying you've got demons attacking you, Nate? That's why you're probably not having a good time. You got to get some holy water and holy salt. First things first. When you get those, tell me, and then I'll tell you the next step.
Well, one of the things I will pass this on from that psychiatrist thing too. Like,
He says he sees dead people. I'm sorry. Continue.
Yeah, no, I saw that too. Like that's what I was thinking. Like, oh man, this is
That's an interesting thing, Dr. Ben, that I saw on your channel. Your doctorate for like your spiritual doctorate.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. I got one as well from the Universal Life Church. I'm a qualified preacher.
Excellent. Excellent.
Really?
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. They're fantastic. Like, I would assume you could do the same things, exorcisms.
I've never actually used it, to be honest. But I would. I'd marry people. I'd marry anyone off.
Right. You
Do it cheap as well.
Well, I like it because just from whatever I don't know what you want.
You're very spiritual then. Do you believe in stuff like that? Like I do. I believe in, like, we were talking the other day about magic and stuff and ritual and things like that. And other worlds.
No, yeah, I've definitely I mean, I would definitely say I'm a Christian. I mean, I believe everything to a point, except I'm not gonna I don't want to like speak bad at somebody else, if they're a Buddhist or something or whatever, or a communist or leftist. I don't want to disparage their belief system too much, but at the same point, no. But yeah, no, I've had like,
they don't care about that. They'll disparage your viewpoint.
They will, and I mean that is the thing. Is
they'll be like, "Fuck you, Christian."
Part of being a gentleman too is to stay above the fray, not get dragged down into the like I was saying with Matt Barr and that crazy lady. Like if she started screaming at him and pointing her thing and all that, if Matt had like flipped out too and been like, "Fuck you, you skanky fucking whore bitch," like, it would have just destroyed, it would have just empowered her further. People would have been like, "Oh yeah, she's got a good point. He's been mean to her. Look at him." But
here's a question for you though. Do you think that if she wasn't autistic, that he would have done that? Like if he would have, I
don't think so. No, because like, have you seen I've seen him like argue with that Liam fella, the Liam character, who's from Australia or Tasmania or one of the colonies down there, the penal colonies. And he never seemed to get like out of hand. You know what I'm saying? Like, he had like a good, like, whatever his argument was, he would kind of like push some things, but he never like.
You say you don't want to fight an autistic girl, but then you do this.
Come on, what?
Matt Barr, I never did anything to you, and you just start slanderously spreading lies that I do incest porn. I don't even do fantasy incest porn. That's against the terms of service. You just keep on spreading all those lies.
Hold on. Pause for a sec, please.
Wait, is that real? Wait a minute.
Yeah, I think it's I'm fully onto the it's a bit is what I'm on to now.
Okay.
It's got to be, ain't it? It's got
I don't know what to believe
Is this
anymore.
like legit? Is she legit going this fucking crazy, or is
Look.
Good job, Matt Barr. And by the way,
Oh, man.
you don't even respect autistics. You would say to me straight to my face that you would not speak to me because I am autistic, and you just spoke over me during the entire time in our discussion on Trash Cats. You keep lying about me, and if you don't stop lying about me, I never made any threats. I never threatened to rape you. I never threatened to do anything.
Yeah, where did the rape threat come from?
As always,
Have you reached out to her, Johnny? That might be.
And maybe I can help her.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like, it definitely, if she has a valid complaint, I mean, you know, I would just.
I'm quite good at dealing with crazy people. I used to work at a care home on weekends.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, there's still people nonetheless. I mean, I couldn't point fingers at someone and be like, she's crazy and as such undeserving of, you know, just normal consideration. I don't know.
Is she right about like when you take out all the yelling and stuff? Is what the words that she's saying are those correct? Like she never did those things, and that he's accusing her of that. I don't know anything about this, to be honest with you. I hear just from you guys what's going on, and I kind of watched a little bit of Trash Casts, but it was before she came on that I saw. So I don't really know anything about the subject other than Matt Barr's in another argument with somebody.
The bloke that she hangs around with, I think he did threaten to rape Matt Barr as some kind of joke, and he took it a bit too far, and Matt Barr blocked him from something, and then he just he pissed her off somehow when she come to have a go at him, and now she's threatening to sue him. Yeah. Because he said that she done incest porn.
But then she just said she did the I don't know what to believe about that part. That was funny to me. I thought that was a joke. So I thought she was joking. But I can't tell if she's joking because she's yelling at the same time as she's saying things that ostensibly she believes. So I'm like, I don't know what to believe. Well, here's one thing. I would say Clipiverse is like, have you seen the dude? Like, if he says he's going to rape you, you can take that one of two ways. You can take that either in believing that you yourself could not, like he would physically overpower you and actually rape you, in which case that's your problem and you need to figure out a way to solve that problem. Or you're like taking an obvious joke and blowing it up and it's just like, why? Like, it's a ridiculous statement. Either
what if he's like trying some sort of like Bill Cosby sort of rape though? He's like thinking like he's not going to tell you, he's going to ruby you, you know.
I hadn't considered that he was like a master planner raper. He's gonna find the place that Matt Bear eats at for lunch, and he's gonna pay the waiter to put a roofie in his drink.
Yeah.
Does anyone know where this Riley fella is from? Because this is the other thing. Is it could become a federal charge. This is the difference too. Johnny might not be
my friend Vito
with the American justice system. We have our individual states, right? Like I'm in Ohio, Ethan is in New Jersey. I think Matt Barr is in New Jersey or maybe New York. This Riley fella, I don't know where he's at. You know what I mean? Like if he's in a separate state from Matt Barr, it ceases becoming just a state crime, right? And becomes actually an interstate crime, which takes it up to being a federal level. Yeah, that's the but the federal prisons, from what I understand, are nicer, but nonetheless, they're still
prison. It's still prison.
That sounds
prison.
Can you imagine this guy in prison too? That wouldn't work out for him.
Oh no, he would.
I don't know if Patrick's seen this weird advert that this guy made trying to mock Matt Barr, but it's creepy. It's really creepy. I showed Dr. Ben earlier.
Make up the room that I'm going to be keeping him in. I'll need something cute to wear when I'm done with him, and since I can't find a sailor costume, I'll get him this Spider-Man outfit.
Is he planning to rape him?
Right up Matt's alley.
Hang on, I didn't.
Art director
was
Matt Barr thinks it's funny to call my friend Vito a pedophile. I'm about to. I'm going to need to do something first. I'm going to need to collect all the supplies necessary.
This is the
and
worst
put them
thing
in this
ever. Do we need
pack.
hold on?
It's such a joke. It's obviously a joke. Like,
stop.
Oh.
Well, this is the thing, though. Is I mean, how far? If Riley's, like, literally has some sort of mental illusions, we'll say. Let's say he is like crazy and he suffers from some sort of delusions. Like
it is a joke, but the kind of joke it is, it kind of shows where his mind goes to. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
And that,
like,
odd, I think.
I think it's specifically targeted to get Matt Bear angry, and he did it. And now he's got a bunch of people looking at his channel again, and he's got a bunch of people listening. Like, now is the rape okay? Rape is obviously the worst of one of the worst of. Is rape worse than murder, or is murder worse than rape? Chat, what do you guys feel about that? Like, is it better to live and be raped, or better to be killed and not raped?
To rape or be raped? That is the question.
Yeah,
rape or be.
But the thing is like this guy is like, I don't want to be mean to him. I don't like making fun of people's appearances, but like, he's obviously not in a position where he could actually rape Matt Barr. And if he did go to Matt Barr's, if you ever found out where Matt Barr lives and went to his home, I think Matt Barr is a Second Amendment, enthusiast like myself.
Right.
I'm pretty sure he would just like there's what's the threat there? Like, you can take care of business. It's a joke. It's a bad joke, but it's like the funny part is all the stuff he's getting for the room.
Are we required by law? Like, what do we do?
This part I think did seem funny because it's so goofy, but
right.
Oh, it's like that creepy old guy.
That's definitely the face of a kiddie toucher. That is. I don't trust him.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying that this video is goofy and stupid, and it should be taken that way and not like a real thing.
Can you bring it back to that where it's still on his face like that, John?
Right? Look, the deadness in his eyes.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like if he's either way, I mean it's goofy either way, but it's like that face is,
look at that fucking face.
It's just so like
I'm gonna do it, man.
I'm good.
Like, it's just such a goofy like. I think what John. I think John, you said he's kind of like he's just taking it too far.
Done. I have experience using this one. You hear that, Matt? That's
I mean,
what it sound like.
It's like anybody can take it. It's too far. You know what I mean? But I don't know. It's still. I understand. I can understand why. I can understand if it was like levied at his family, like that threat. That would not be funny in the slightest and would warrant immediate action. But because it's him and because it's Matt Barr himself, and he's a full-grown man who's fully capable of defending himself and knows how ridiculous such a thing is.
It's obviously not a proper threat. He's not going to go through with it, but it's.
Do you think it's too far?
It's just a creepy thing to want to joke about, really.
That's true. That's true. I guess I'm kind of salty at Matt Barr anyway, so I'm like, you know what? It's funny to me.
It gives you a mental picture as well. I mean, imagine that thing coming out.
Oh, that's disgusting.
I'm getting all robot-y. I don't know if you guys are
You're
robot-y too. Or if it's...
You're paused, like your face. You're black and white now. Oh no.
It might be your background, your green screen.
I don't know. I wouldn't personally make rape jokes. I don't. It's like dangerous.
There's a time and a place, isn't there? Really, I don't think anything's off limits in comedy.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I'll say, like there are times at work where like I'll be talking to the technician, and we'll have a disagreement or like a funny argument, and I'll say something like, "Why don't you pipe down, or I'll pipe you down."
I guess it don't help when you actually look like a bit of a raper. And you're
Yeah,
making
that's true. And he does. Let's be real. He does.
Yeah.
I mean, if I started making rape jokes, women would be fucking terrified.
Well, wearing that mask, yeah, that's for damn sure.
I don't know.
And,
He had a mask on.
That's
I'm
totally
so
fine.
scared.
That's totally fine. There's certain kinds of jokes I don't find funny at all, like abortion jokes. I don't find those funny. But like, they're there. Jokes are jokes. What are you guys drinking over there? What are you guys drinking?
I got a mix. That was Robinson's blackcurrant.
I got this old unmarked bottle.
That as well.
Oh. What's your so you're drinking what is that, blackberry juice and vodka?
Blackcurrant.
Blackcurrant. I've never heard of that before.
Is that a soda pop? What is that? Is it
It's
a
like
liquor?
it's a cordial drink that you add water to. Like
You have to add water to it?
Yeah, yeah.
What?
Oh, in America, our drinks are like ready to drink.
We got that as well, but some of the drinks are like concentrated, so you add water to it to make them last longer.
So are you adding vodka instead of water? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm just drinking it straight, mixing it in between.
And it mix on the insides. I like that. That's good. I like that.
Carbon Hearts had blackcurrant. He says it's tasty. I gotta try it.
I didn't realise it wasn't. I thought you would have had it in America. I didn't realise it was rare.
The only time I had something that's too concentrated. The last time I had something that was too concentrated was when I used to drink soda like 15 years ago, and I had, you get it from the fountain drink, and it just doesn't work correctly. The machine's broken.
What's that stuff you get in America that some aid, and it's like a powder that you mix up?
Powerade, Gatorade,
Kool-Aid.
Oh no,
Kool-Aid. Yeah, I mean, I haven't drunk Kool-Aid since I was like 7. It's mostly for kids to get them to shut up. Well, maybe not to shut up, because then you give them sugar and then they start.
There are other people that. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a. Some people like, for some reason, like I always have noticed that people like don't like water. Like people will just be like, "That's water."
So weird. No, you think that's weird?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm like,
people.
it's
They're
just
like, I don't
water.
like the
You
taste
just
of water. It's like, what are you talking? What taste? What are you talking about?
Same with milk as well. Like I love drinking milk, but
Yeah,
some
milk is
people are just turned right off by it. They don't like it at all.
It's a lot of times white milk can be drinking white milk can be a sign of white supremacy. Being racist is one of the dangers. So
I was hoping you were going to say intelligence, but no. Damn.
No, it's a danger of racism. You got a grape drink or nothing. That's it.
Oh my gosh. Dude, water's amazing. I drink water all day, every day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
I've got water. I've got a beer, but I've got water right here. Like I'm drinking the water just as much as I'm drinking the beer because I love water.
They found this bottle. Apparently, I was in like culinary school 20 years ago, and we had like a winemaking class.
Oh.
And like someone found one of the bottles of wine that I made like 20 years ago. So I've been drinking that, and it's.
Is it good?
Not really. It's almost tastes like a cider is the thing. Like it's like I'm drinking it, and it tastes more like a cider than like a wine.
Oh.
And I tried it at first. I thought it was wine. So that's what I'm saying. It's either bad wine or like okay cider. Like it's one of the two. Because like when I first tried it, I was like wine, and I'm like, definitely.
Did you make it with grapes, or like what did you make it with?
No idea.
Oh,
like that's what I'm saying. Like I've suffered several like head injuries. So
you were on acid when you did it. That's what you're saying. Okay.
There's that potentiality too. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Culinary school was a good time, you know.
Right. Really getting all the tastes.
Exactly. Well, that's what I wanted to do back then anyways, was do like a psychedelic dinner restaurant. You know what I mean? Like come in and you would have like some sort of like, you know, psychedelic
like mushroom pizza or something.
Well, it wouldn't be like you would have those first, and then you would have like just like an hours long meal of like stuff that you could actually eat while you were.
Gotcha.
Because like if you eat mushroom, especially if you eat mushrooms because they're more natural, you know, you're not going to want to eat like junk stuff. You know what I mean? Like once you're there, it's like the licorice, I can't eat this. You know, like you just want to like hold on to like an apple or something. You know, like you won't even necessarily eat it, but you'll just be like, "This is my apple."
Yeah.
Like I think that would be like just like the craziest thing to make like a restaurant where it's just that's what it is. It's like you come in and first you have that, and then there's just random gobbledygook on the menu that you could order because it would just be all focused on, you know, people operating on a different dimension or whatever. That's what I'm saying. Like I was in culinary school, and I thought that'd be like, man, that would be the shit to do. But
yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
It'd be difficult to like set it up so that it'd be like financially viable with all the different different.
Oh yeah, you'd have to have like a huge.
Yeah, but it'd be a great. I mean, like for people to be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go over there and everything's just provided. You know what I mean? That'd be cool.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. It'd almost be like a trip sitter, but it wouldn't be like lame. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, I gotta take a whiz real quick. And I'm gonna, because I can't smoke inside, so I'm gonna smoke a cig real quick, and I'll be back.
No worries, mate.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, let's talk about Patrick.
Hopefully someone else should be popping on in a bit. I'm just waiting to hear a message back from him. Special guest, one of my old friends.
Okay. Well, I mean, well, the other thing I'm curious about, like you have behind you the Scab comics.
Scab comics, yeah. It's a very. What's that? Sorry.
Do you have like comics that you've made or that you're working on, or like what?
I am working on comics. Yeah, I'm at a very low level at the minute. I've just started doing the first initial drawings and sketches, but I've got like 3 projects that I'm working on with another artist, one of my moderators in the chat, Kamikaze, who does a lot of drawing, a lot of artwork. I'm writing the story for 2 of them, and I'm drawing the other one.
Okay.
It's nothing. I haven't sold anything yet, and nothing. It's all in the drafting stage, really.
Right. Yeah. No, I was just curious because, you know,
one of the stories is about an alien organism. Like it was sort of like a plasma type material that was made by aliens to come down and take over Earth, like these sort of like the Blob, but like super soldiers. And one of them kind of goes a bit rogue and goes against the aliens that made them and comes down and wants to sort of like help the humans a little bit. He's on the run from the aliens that made him.
Okay.
And he's sort of taken in by a family. Bit ET style.
Okay, yeah. That was an ET, and what was the other one? Mac and Me. I don't know if you ever saw that one.
Yeah, like a more serious version though, with a lot more action.
See, okay. Right on. Well, that would be that's what I'm saying. Like I always just love to see like how people like come to comics. You know what I mean? Like there's one of the guys that's around here that does he does this comic called Avalon, right? His name's Brandon Lee. This comic is just like it's a zombie comic, right? Like it's just it's set in like one of the local cities, and it shows like a zombie plague breaking out. Like people suddenly start like biting each other, and then they get sick and they're puking, and all the zombie shit, right? And it's like he wanted to do that because he was a fan of like zombie movies. You know what I mean? Like there's been so many like zombie movies like the last 10, 20 years. I mean, forever really, but that's what influenced him. You know what I mean? Like he's like doing he loves zombie movies, and he's like, I want to make a comic like this. You know what I mean? Rather than like being, he read Spider-Man and Batman or this or that, it's like he's coming at it from just like an entirely different like just a different origin or different place. And that's what I'm saying. Like I find that interesting just to see then how that works out.
Do you like zombie movies? Any of the old ones?
Yeah, of course. I like the whatchamacallit, the original 3, the Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead. Yeah. There's
they milked the whole zombie genre a little bit like vampires. It kind of got overused.
Well, it becomes less of like the zombie is the story to like zombie just being like another genre. You know what I mean? Like you have like action movies or romance movies or horror movies or slashers or whatever. You know what I mean? Like zombie movies have just become their own. The same way like Godzilla movies or like giant monster movies, like they just have like a certain kind of I don't know, like almost like shorthand, like just little things that they use to convey parts of the story. That
we got some chickens in the chat. Is that some sort of sign? Is EVS watching this? I doubt it.
Let's see.
Getting chicken raided by Barb.
Well, I think Barb was the one that said that she is an entity. So I don't know. We could be dealing with. We don't know. Creatures from the other side. I mean, that's the thing. You never know. You don't know what's going on with the internet ever. Who knows?
Oh, EVS is doing Trashcast 26. Wow. There's a lot of them now, isn't there?
Yes. Oh, this was. I was reading all these things lately on. I'm like a news. Like I love the news, right? Just regular, normal stuff, like unrelated to comics, and it's like there's all this stuff about these different scientists that were sharing statistics. Different crime statistics in America. And there's a scientist. And what's the other one here? The other one was a Harvard professor that, we're like obsessed with like guns and all that stuff over here, obviously, right? And so like, there's like they call it like the narrative. This is what the story is. This is what's happening. Police kill these people. They do this, they do that, blah, blah, blah. And if you say anything outside of that, it's not accepted. And that's what I'm saying. Like I can bring, I don't know if we should, I can't remember if I watched all this or not, but like, yeah, this is the one I thought was crazy because it was like this black guy that's a Harvard professor. He found that there was no racial bias in police shootings, right? That's one of the things we're big about. Let me, how do I do this? Oh, I think I do this. All right. Okay.
You should be able to do it. Present.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just play this. Let's see what this guy. I think he was
collected millions of observations on everyday use of force that wasn't lethal. We collected thousands of
I
observations.
just found this like
on lethal force.
interesting.
And,
you
and
know,
it was in
and
this
I'm not
moment
that
in
this is
2016
necessarily.
that I realized
Oh,
people lose their minds when they don't like the result. So what my paper showed, you'll see tomorrow, like some of you, was that yes, we saw some bias in the low-level uses of force, every day pushing up against cars and things like that.
Oh shit!
People seem to like that result, but we didn't find any racial bias in police shootings. Now, that was really surprising to me because I expected to see it. The little-known fact is I had 8 full-time RAs that it took to do this over nearly a year. When I found this surprising result, I hired 8 fresh ones and redid it to make sure. They came up with the same exact answer, and I thought it was robust. And then I went to go give it, and my God, all hell broke loose. It was a 104-page, dense academic economics paper with a 150-page appendix, okay? It was posted for 4 minutes. When I got my first email, this is full of shit. Doesn't make any sense. And I wrote back, how'd you read it that fast? That's amazing. You are a genius. And I had colleagues take me to the side and say, don't publish this. You'll ruin your career. I said, what are you talking about? I said, what's wrong with it? Do you believe the first part? Yes. Do you believe the second part? Well, the issue is they just don't fit together. We like the first one, but you should publish the second one another time. I said, let me ask this. If the second part about the police shootings, this is a literal conversation. I said to them, if the second part showed bias, do you think I should publish it then? And they say, yeah, then it would make sense. And I said, I guarantee you I'll publish it.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. So it was, you know, I lived under police protection for about 30 or 40 days. I had a 7-day-old daughter at the time. I remember going and shopping for, because, you know, when you have a newborn, you think you have enough diapers, you don't. So I was going to the grocery store to get diapers with the armed guard. It was crazy. It was really, truly crazy.
Sad state of America. You have to go fully armed to buy a pack of diapers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you talk about this stuff, it just goes crazy. People are just. That's what I'm saying. Like, I was watching that, and I'm just like, stuff like that will make me angry because it's like you see all the spin, all the different, like I said, the narratives or whatever that like the news or like personalities will push, and it's just madness. Just to watch like people get like sucked into it too. That's the thing is like I always think about like someone else is like all angry. It's like I'll try to imagine what it is, why they're angry, to try and diffuse it, or you know what I'm saying. Like if I'm right, like try and show them like you're wrong, but like people don't like to be told that they're wrong. That's what I'm saying. It's a mess over here.
It's so useful to be told that you're wrong, though, because if you actually are wrong and you're honest with yourself, then you become better. Like, this is my biggest thing. Like with the whole, from reading the chat, it looks like you guys are arguing about vampires, but not arguing, but talking about vampires. But I'm going to interject my little opinion on Eric July here. I've spent like upwards of $400, $500 on that guy. And I did it because I wanted to, because I believed in him. I believed what he was saying. I believed what he was trying to create. And it's like the biggest thing for me was, they'll always deny this, the whole inability to accept criticism. But it's like, for me, it would have been like this. Once people revealed, without a shadow of a doubt, that your art was made by, 3D assets being essentially put through a filter. Once you realize that, and then you realize that that's a no in the comic community, you should have been like, oh, I got by my artist. You shouldn't have been like, I'm going to defend my artist. Your artist, you're going to defend your artist for what? Like you're gonna respect your artist. Why? He didn't respect you enough to give you actual art. He didn't respect you enough to actually fucking draw the comic book you paid him to do. How much money did you pay this guy? I'm thinking about how much money I'm paying my guy, who's, you know, he's not Cliff Richards. Didn't work for DC, and I'm thinking my guy's the art I have is a million times better because it's actually drawn. And that's really, oh my gosh. The idea that he would defend somebody who fucking got him and essentially stole money from him and didn't perform the task he was paid to do. Sorry.
Yeah.
It sounds like a lot. It sounds like a lot of people are in the same boat. The guy, Grumpy Old Ninja, says the same thing. Patrick Quinlan, I backed him on the screen.
It's sad. Like I want. It's not impossible for it to turn around. I'll say that much. But like I wanted him to be able to learn lessons from his first try. You know, I was willing to give it to him. ISO #1. You can go back and watch my reviews. I was positive. And people say that too. They're like, they get on EVS for being like, you said it was great back then. Of course he said it was great. He's trying to help this guy. Like, what are we doing? Like, of course. That's exactly what happened. And maybe that's a lesson to be learned. That like, even when you're trying to help somebody, to say something that maybe you don't really believe isn't really the best course of action. I don't know. But then if he'd said nothing, then this whole shitstorm would have started way back then. And it's like, what's he supposed to do?
Yeah, it's like I really wanted to like Eric July, and it's the same thing. It's like him not being able to just accept criticism, just be able to.
I've never personally bought anything from Eric July. I've seen a lot of reviews of his work. And it just doesn't look like something that I'm personally interested in. I mean, I won't go as far to say that it's like shit, but it's just average. It's mediocre. Just a basic comic. It's nothing special, really.
It's not shit. It's mediocre. And I feel like that's sometimes even worse because it's forgettable. Like it's very
generic.
Generic, yeah, that's a great word for it. And it doesn't have to be that way. Like he can just say, okay, thank you, and then make whatever changes he needs to make. But instead, it's like arguing with people about their particular gripes with the book. You know what I mean?
From what I can tell of the man, he looks like he's set out with like an agenda to make a business, and he focused all on that, just trying to pump out comic books, make as much money as he can. And somewhere along the way, if you're doing that, you lose the passion for it. He might have started off with good intentions, but the business side of it gets to him, and then they just think, oh, I'll just make this really quickly. That'll get me a bit of money. I'll make another one next week.
And you can blatantly see that with his material. He used to do the monetizing your haters. That was one of the reasons I watched him, because it was like, okay, there's this idiot who's saying this stupid shit that is obviously wrong. I'm going to enjoy watching him use logic and reasoning to tear this guy apart. That's fun to me. And so it's like, that's one of the reasons I supported him, because he wasn't afraid to get down into the trenches with people. You know what I mean? And then he has his opportunity to essentially monetize his hater, EVS, on the Alex Stein show. And this is where the whole chicken things come from. It's like, you had your opportunity. If you were in the right, you would have been on that fucking show. If you knew in your heart that you were right, you would have been on that show and you would have debated EVS. But you didn't in your heart think you were right. That's why he wasn't on the show.
I commented on one of his things on Twitter, just one of his feeds, And when I want to test someone, I'll just write a little edgy comment and see how they take it. And he blocked me instantly. I've never even interacted with him before. It was just a one-off comment. He didn't even reply, just blocked me straight away. And now I noticed that I was looking up some Ripperverse stuff on Twitter earlier, and some of their artists have blocked me as well. I must be causing fear to them, and I haven't even interacted with them. I don't even know half of them.
And you're not even like.
I'm not even.
I don't even think you've said anything like negative or anything against.
I think it's just I was very you know that guy who looks like a thumb, Az.
Yeah.
I've always hated him. I've always hated him personally. I just don't like him. I've heard a lot of rumours about him. I think he's a bad representation for an Englishman. And I started having a little go at him, and he started having a go at me. And I think he must have warned Eric about me. I guarantee you they see Malin mysteries. They must have.
Eric, there's another Englishman. He's making fun of me. Sorry.
No,
I bet they got a little gay chat room where they put people in, like a little most wanted. These are the defectors. These are the people that hate us. They want to kill us and ruin us.
G'day, mate. What a positively super day.
It's weird with Eric July because I hear a lot of different opinions. Some people say, oh, he's pretty based, he's conservative, he's like anti-woke, and then he goes and works with people that look like blatant SJWs. It's like,
they don't even look like it. They are. I mean, it's like
exactly.
The whole point was to create the parallel economy, wasn't it? Wasn't that the fucking point of this comic book company? To create a parallel economy where the SJWs and the Marxist scumbags don't have a way to control you. And you then hire two SJWs immediately. It's like, what the fuck? Why? Because they're female? Because only females can write Yaira? Even if you said that, there's a million other people you could have chosen. You could have gotten Rainey Strakowski. You could have had her do Yaira. Dude, and can you imagine how much money? Can you imagine how much money that would have made? Rainey Strakowski doing Yaira, drawing and writing it. Oh my fuck.
Grumpy Old Ninja, ripping Silverback is a weird show. It is. It fucking is. I had a look at it the other day. I've never watched it before. Tuned in for about 5 minutes. And he's just like Eric July talking about his business. And then every now and again, his little gimp next to him will be like, yeah, bigging him up. Blowing smoke up his ass. Like,
that is what it is, blowing smoke up his ass. But they both just blow smoke up each other's ass for that show.
It's embarrassing. If I was Az, I'd feel like inferior, like a little white gimp boy that hangs around with him. I think he might have a fetish. He likes the power thing. I think he likes Eric July being like a boss, being his boss, whipping him around.
Well, he also Eric July if you want to think about the levels of like popularity or what people call it clout, he kind of raises him up. You know what I mean? If Eric's up here and he like, hey, you're with me in this show. Now Az is a little more.
To be fair, Eric July has got a lot of fame over in America. Like Az in England, he's nothing. A lot of people hate him. He's just seen as a weirdo, like a fat nerd that sits in his room all day. And he plays it off like he's really famous over here. But he has to suck up to the Yanks to get mates, and then he uses their views to get his channel big. That's all it is. Hardly any British YouTuber will go near him. They all think he's just a freak.
Interesting.
I
listen to Friday Night Tights a lot too. That's another thing. Like, I used to listen to them every Friday. That was like my favorite thing to do. Friday night.
Pat,
and then it started becoming
the toilet. Catch you in a minute.
Yeah. Then it started becoming, Friday afternoon. And by the time I get home from work, which is around about 6:30, 7 o'clock, the show's over. Friday Night Tights is over. And I'm like, wait a minute. That's a a minor complaint, I guess. It's not really to me. I think it's important. I think part of the point of that show and of its popularity, of its rising or why it rose in popularity, was because there were people who, you know, didn't have things to do Friday night. They were what you would consider the nerd person, like myself and many other people out there who don't have other people to hang out with or do things with on Friday night, especially during COVID. And it was like, it was the thing that we looked forward to all weekend long. And then they got super big, and it changed. Like, you know, you would send, like, I sent a $50 super chat one time. I know that's like, that's a lot of money for me. Like, I'm just a 9 to 5
given that
guy.
to me. I would have taken
I'm
that.
sorry, Dr. Ben.
You know,
I
would have had you
didn't
on
know
the
you
show.
existed until like 2 weeks ago. I'm sorry. And you know, it just wouldn't be read, and it'd be like, oh, I see. But the ones from like the people who comment all the time, you know, there's
that's fucked up. Like $50.
So like, yeah,
and they're just like,
I was like, oh, and then it started getting to be earlier and earlier in the night, and honestly, the whole Lord of the Rings thing, like, look, I'm not gonna, like, fuck the Rings of Power. Everything I've heard about it, I've never watched it. Everything I've heard about it, assuming it's all true, which I've seen a lot of the clips anyway, fuck it. Like, it's an atrocious attempt at a rape of the Lord of the Rings, which is the greatest fantasy story of all time. And like, so, you know, but like, it gets tiresome hearing it on the, you know, the 100th episode. It's like, the Rings of Power is a failure. I know that. Like, tell me something new, or better yet, tell me something you like. Like, and actually, that's a great segue. I'm gonna segue here. Check this out, guys. This is Age of End. It's on Fund My Comic right now.
Can you put him on?
Let's put his. Yeah, let me get his thing up here, because I couldn't find his actual name in the inside.
Well, you know what you're saying though is like why I liked Eric July. Like, I didn't get the ISOM comic because it wasn't my thing.
Mhm.
But I really like his the energy he had, right? Because all the shows, I never watched him like regularly or like you know, anything like that. But I would like check in, and I was like, oh, every time I'd watch him, he was like, when we start the Ripperverse is going to do this. It's going to be different. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. And I was like, okay, you know, another person is like says they're going to do their own universe, and then like he launched it, and I was like, oh shit, he's really doing it, and it's like blowing up. This is wow, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he like, it was like all the stuff that he was talking that he was going to be doing, right? Like, Ripperverse is not going to be the same universe where, like, you know, the people that make Marvel comics literally hate you. You know, like they look at the readers as just idiots. You know, the people that write DC comics and draw DC
to be
comics,
indoctrinated to the correct opinion.
Yeah, they just even if you're kind of with them on whatever their political, you know, ideology is, you're still like just you're a reader. You're just below them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's been the whole appeal, the drive of Comicsgate, and the same thing that Eric July was tapping into was this being able to really respect the fans,
and funny.
Respect the readers, you know,
and provide them something of quality that they can pay for.
He plays the me role, and he sings, and he's, you know, obnoxious and all this in a good way. I mean, I'm not sure if me and Doomcock
they watching Taylor Swift stuff over there. What are they doing?
Yeah,
as well as
I'm not sure. I was just looking.
I think that we would, but we're very in time.
I shared that link though, by the way, in the chat for this Age of End. It's super. The art is beautiful.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Can I? I'm just gonna, because we're Comicsgate Commandos, baby. We got to show some of the art here. So it's like not a double story, but it's got two different stories. One is like the David versus Goliath story from the Bible. And you might think that'd be like, oh, why would I want to see that in a comic book? You want to see it.
No,
I'm telling you.
I want to see Nephilim. What are you talking
the other
about?
Story,
yeah.
Dude, and Goliath, let me tell you, yeah, when you look at Goliath and you know about the Nephilim, you're like, nice, this is cool. But then there's stuff like even there's the first page. Look at that. It's not in color, but it's almost better that it's not.
Max power.
The amount of work this guy did in here, and the other story is like set in a post-apocalypse. It's actually not the post-apocalypse, but the apocalypse. I thought it was great. I thought it was really cool, and it ships fast. Very interesting story, and the art is beautiful. So check that out, guys, if you can. I put the link in the chat. I don't know if you can just click on that or not, but Age of End, very cool.
I think I just got You want me to like bring it? I can bring that up if you want, Johnny. I don't know if you want me to bring up like other pages or like.
I posted it in our private chat.
Bring up whatever you want, mate. I mean, yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, here, let me push this.
Oh, am I able to
share the screen? Yeah, I'm way ahead of you, Pat.
Sorry, I'm so like technologically illiterate.
Come on, did you watch the tutorial for the Commandos? Did you watch the Commandos tutorial? No, that's the problem. Okay,
yes,
so this is what you.
Yes, the Nephilim and pre-Diluvian craziness, bro. If you everybody in the chat who hasn't read the Book of Enoch, read it.
But before you carry on, Pat, I've got a guest waiting.
Yeah,
one of my old mates. He's a very interesting guy. Remember I was talking about the real life superhero community the other day about people that go out and do charitable stuff. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
This is one of the he's a very important man in that community. He's helped found a lot of charities, and he does he's a master of cosplay. He makes things. He sells like badges and patches and custom things. Really interesting guy. Just going to add him in now. This is Jack Burnett. You all right, Jack?
Yep. Mate. Hey, how you doing?
Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks
nice to meet you guys.
Mate.
No
Thanks
problem.
For coming in. We're just about to watch something, and then I'll have a little chat with you, mate.
Yeah. All righty.
So you got that to bring up, Pat?
Is it up? Yeah, if you want, I just put up that. What's the name of it? The thing.
Do you want me to share it on my screen?
Yeah, I put it on the bottom there.
I don't know.
On the present or whatever.
Share screen. Share screen. Is my screen sharing?
I think Johnny's got it.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay.
Oh, got it.
Share.
Okay, hang on. Is that it?
Is that working now?
Is that? Oh, there it is.
That's not.
Oh. Yeah. That was it. Because I shared it too. So it's probably like they're both at the bottom.
Okay, there it is. So is this my screen? Is it scrolling?
Yeah, that's
okay, cool. So it's Tim Tyler.
I'm confused.
Says 40-year vet of the comics industry, Joe Kubert. It's the Kubert. Joe Kubert alumni. That's how you know I didn't go there. Comics geek and collector of cool stuff. Worked on and created such titles as Blood Rain, Razor, Faust, Dreadstar, Engine, Deviljack, and more. So yeah, so here I'll read this. I'm going to read this little thing here, and then I'll scroll through the art here. The earth rattles at its impending doom. Millions across the land are missing or presumed dead. It is a time of unyielding panic and dread for those that are still counted amongst the living. The government AI dogs roam the destroyed cities and towns, seeking runners and the unmarked. It is here where we follow two unique runners, Abby, a 17-year-old goth, and her scientist friend, as they attempt to survive the final 6 months of time. For those of you who are younger, goths are the kind of like what alternative people looked like before they were transsexuals in the modern day. Age of End, volume number 1, is a 30-plus page first installment to the 12-issue series, illustrated and written by Tim Tyler. Sorry, it just went in the middle of his name there. So check this stuff out.
Yeah, look into that. That looks interesting.
Yeah, these little robots are cool.
Jack, how have you been, mate? It's been a long time since I actually spoke to you properly. And I don't think I spoke to you on camera before. We've had a lot of chats, inboxes and things. How have you been doing? You all good?
Yeah, doing okay. Busy, doing a lot of stuff around the house, and keeping everybody going to and from work and that kind of stuff. And
Are you still doing your custom businesses like making things for people and cosplaying and stuff?
yeah, I do when I can. The cosplaying is always a work in progress, and I'm currently working on doing a horror hosting show that I'll be doing on YouTube in the near future. So I'm finally dipping my toe into that after about 30 years of wanting to do it.
That sounds interesting. What you mean, like presenting sort of old horror films and things like that, and
Old horror and science fiction, and making fun of them. And it seems weird to make fun of something that you love, but I look at it like, these guys that did these movies back in the day did them because they loved them, and they used all the tools at their hands at the time and made what they could. So even though it doesn't stand the test of time and you like to make fun of them now, it's still, there's a respect for the original guys.
I think sometimes the old films like that, they give a certain feel that you just can't get with modern movies, like the suspense and the bits you don't see. That it was directed totally different in the old days. They had to try and be more visually. Have you got a YouTube channel that you're using at the moment that you want to promote?
Not at the moment, because I'm still setting all that stuff up. I'm in the process of putting the channel together, putting a Twitch together, and TikTok and all that stuff, and getting all the costuming done up and props and stuff like that. And I'm hoping to start actually filming probably in the next month, and then probably going on the air probably in April or May.
That's brilliant, mate. That's brilliant.
Thanks.
That sounds really interesting. You'll have to let me know when you start doing that. I'll help you promote that and watch that.
Definitely.
So, Jack, are you doing like almost like a mystery science theater thing, or are you doing like doing your own version of like a old sci-fi like B movie kind of thing? Is that
it's
what I'm
gonna be?
understanding, or?
Well, yeah, it's a little of Mystery Science Theater 3000, a little of. See, there's a huge community of people who make horror hosting shows around the world, mostly in the U.S. And everybody's got their own style. Like some will just, present the movie and they'll talk at the beginning and they'll talk at the end, and they might make some jokes at the end. Some do an MST3K where they're standing and talking the entire time, and then others just go and they don't even really interact with the movie. They'll just come back and do a little skit in between and then go back to the movie. And I'm getting my balance as to where I want to go with it, because I don't want to copy MST3K and just sit in front of the screen all the time and just joke about everything. And on the other hand, I do want to joke more about them than some of these other horror hosts do. I don't want to be a bookend, talk about it at the beginning, talk about it at the end, and just play the movie as is. I also want to put in some knowledge too, some behind the scenes stuff about why they did these movies the way they did, how they did them the way they did, all that kind of stuff, as well as make a little joke here and there, and then a couple little skits in between.
Right on.
Yeah, I mean, you could almost got a good sense of humor as well, mate. You'll do well with that. I think you'll get a good niche with that. There's a lot of cult following for critiquing old films and giving it a little twist. I was thinking as well about you were one of the founders of Project Hope as well, weren't you? The real life superhero community sort of charity. Yeah. Do you mind if I bring up a little clip and show people?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I was just making sure. because I think it's really good work that you. I don't know if you still do it.
Oh yeah, when I can, I do. I'll be going to Chicago in October for a Hope event there.
Right, nice.
And,
So it's still going then. It's still strong.
Oh yeah, they do it in San Diego. They do it in Portland every year. They do it in Chicago every year, and they do it down in like St. Petersburg, Florida every year too.
I know you started a massive thing, and it even happened over here in England. It was a lot of people getting into it, and it's amazing work. I'm just for people that don't know about it. Project Hope is it's kind of where the real life superheroes in America, they all get together, they put their own money into it, and they buy lots of different things to give out to homeless people and do charitable work. And Jack Brunette sort of organised it to get them all together, sort of. And I'm going to share a thing now about it. It's interesting.
I'll be right back. I got to run around for just a second. So I'm just gonna leave you on a view of the battlefield real quick.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
I'll be right back. Okay.
And the day we're out here in San Diego, they're obviously, you know this. Your guys are out there. You know, my guys back home today were out there doing stuff. There's people in I don't even remember how many states today that were out there doing homeless outreach at the same time as we were doing it in San Diego.
Grim, Vigilante Spider, Rock and Roll.
Some brilliant characters.
I want you guys to grab a crew of people, and let's start patrolling down to 16th and Island, and then post up and wait for the vehicles.
I'm with you right here.
Smaller level, of course, but they were still doing a lot more than what was being done for the people in their town. And I mean, that's the thing, you know, if you're doing it once in July here and maybe in September over in, you know, New York or Chicago or Florida or something like that, and the Signs of Hope goes along with that, then those 2 times a year, we're affecting a large part of the country all at one time. And, you know, that's kind of where the goal is to kind of, you know, there are people in all these states that do what we do, you know, dress up and do any number of things, fight crime, you know, raise awareness, fight apathy, help homeless people, help shelters, help, you know, domestic abuse victims. And if they're all on that same day going around doing what we're doing here, I mean, can't fix everything, but it's a pretty good start.
That's a brilliant
Nice.
statement. You can't fix everything, but it's a brilliant start. At least you're trying, and you started something brilliant there, mate.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You should be really proud of that.
Oh, I am. And the people that I worked with and still work with today, you know, some of them I just work with them from a distance. Sometimes I get to be able to go out and actually be on the street with them.
And I know as well, a lot of people, there's some people that take the piss out of them and say, oh, they're a bit mad and stuff like that. But what I found with the real life, yeah, everyone's a bit mad, aren't they? You're a liar if you say you're a bit mad. But what I found with them is that they all get into it out of a good cause. Some of them just get a little bit carried away with the dressing up. That's all.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
That makes it all worth it, honestly. That makes it a lot more fun.
And that's, you know, go back to that statement right there, perfect example, because, you know, there was a guy named Superhero who worked out of Florida, and he was one of the old ones that have been from the beginning.
I know Dale very well. I used to actually have a lot of chats with Dale. I was quite, I used to talk to him a lot. It was very sad when I heard about him. He was a bit of a legend.
What happened? Did his villain get him?
No. Well,
he was going through a lot.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be.
No, he was going through a lot of personal problems from what I heard here, and he ended up taking his own life.
Well, now I
But
feel
yeah,
like
it was really sad because he was one of the people in the community that really drove it. I'll find a video of him. He was a brilliant guy. He actually had a lot of knowledge as well about the comic book movies, movies and stuff like that. Everything. He was a brilliant man. I'll try and find a video.
And then where I was going with that too, talking about him, was when you said about the dressing up, was he was well known for a interview that he did back in the day, where he's like, do we have to dress up? No, we don't have to dress up, but it's hella fun.
Yeah.
And that was the whole, that was his personality.
Yeah.
And that was my idea behind it too, was if I'm going to go out and do something, the dressing up brings attention to what you're doing. Because, we do regular homeless outreach and nobody ever talked about it. And nobody ever, said, hey, here's a couple bucks, help out next time. But when you're out there in a costume, then all of a sudden people are like paying attention and they're like, oh, we appreciate you're doing this. And, sometimes like in San Diego, one of the things that happened was there is a pet food place down in the area where we would go. And when they saw us, they came out and they're like, well, a lot of the homeless people have dogs with them. So they said, we're going to bring out some dog food for you guys to pass out for the dogs. And they brought out like a whole pallet full of dog food for us to go and take around and give to the people who had dogs. So, it was, if we would have just been out there in street clothes, I don't know that would have happened. But because we were colorful and people paid attention to us, that happened, and we've had many a times where people have come up to us while we're in gear and be like, how can I help you out? Can I give you some money? Can I do this? Can I do that? And it has led to actually us hooking up with other groups that do this kind of stuff. Like there's the Night Ministry in Chicago, who is they're a Christian-based group, but they go out and they do homeless outreach every weekend, pretty much. Some of their people will go out every weekend. And they gave us a lot of good intel as to where to find people that needed stuff, as well as they'd come out with us. So, we've made groups like that. I know they've made friends with people up in Portland and people down in St. Petersburg, Florida, too, that help them out. So it's a tool and it's fun. So,
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's amazing. Helping so many people and spreading it around like that. It's crazy when you think about it.
How did I become a superhero? Well, everyone has a 9/11 story, basically, about how they became a superhero. They had this huge life-altering event that happened to them, and they put on their mask and their cape and out the door they went. But I don't really have that. I sort of meandered into it over time. I was a very sickly kid with bad nerves and everything like that, and saw comic book heroes and action heroes and knew I wanted to be big and strong like them. But then I was a police academy graduate as I got older, and I was in the service, and I took martial arts, and I did not realize that over time I was grooming myself to become a superhero. And then when I became a professional wrestler in the late 90s, I wanted my gimmick to be a superhero. And that is how I ended up as superhero. And then when I was injured and put out of the business, I decided, well, what would happen if somebody went out and decided to try and do.
You were when you actually into professional wrestling as well, Jack?
Yeah.
At one point.
Yeah, I did it for about 16 years.
I find that really interesting.
Yeah, I've done a lot of weird things.
Very experienced man. And it was your wrestling name. Is it the same as your superhero name, Razorhawk?
No. I was. I started out wrestling as a gimmick called Gridiron Gillespie, which was supposedly a football player that was too violent for the Canadian Football League, so they sent him to America to beat up people. And I was not good with the terminology, and I just didn't have I couldn't get the character into my head. So I told my boss that I was going to come in and be a character that I wanted to be. And so I came in as Jack the Ripper because I was a heel, so I was the bad guy. So I had to have a bad guy persona. And he was like, "Well, we can't use Jack the Ripper. You can just be the Ripper and still do the gimmick, and the accent and wear the costume and everything." And I'm like, "Okay, well, we'll go for that." And then when I started my group, my organization later, then I changed it to Jack T. Ripper, which is also the character name I'm using for my horror hosting. So it's come full circle. That same character is going to be like not a bad guy anymore, but he's still going to have the same personality and stuff, but making fun of horror movies. And now he's a space pirate. So, it's a little different, but it's still going to be the same frame of mind that I had as that character.
That's cool. That's awesome, man.
That's cool. I was a big fan of wrestling growing up. I liked especially American wrestling. We had wrestling in Britain, but it was a lot more low budget. It wasn't so extravagant. I was a Hulk Hogan fan. Me, I liked him.
Mm-hmm.
A real American, proper patriot. What about you guys? Did you have a favourite wrestler?
Roddy Piper.
Roddy Piper. He was brilliant. He was good.
Oh yeah.
A little bit more Delm in it. Yeah.
Do this for real.
Distracted.
So I don't have a big life-altering event. I just kind of ended up doing it and didn't realize that I was getting myself ready to do it my entire life. When I say there were originally 9 guys or so that did this, one of the original ones that was doing it, and actually far longer than me, about a decade longer than me, was Master Legend. And Master Legend basically patrols Orlando. He's part of the Justice Crusaders nowadays. And he and I rode together for about 4 years. He's a very interesting guy. He's a musical genius. He's a chef. He doesn't let that out much or anything like that, but the guy does a lot of good for his community over there in Orlando. We just had a difference of operating opinions about the way things should be done. But I still support ML wholeheartedly in his missions and what he does, and still leave him a message every now and then to let him, find out how he's doing and say Merry Christmas or something like that. But yeah, he was one of the original guys, the Regenzi. But by no means were we the original guys. Just to make that very clear, we were the original guys who were able to find each other. The original guys, there was a book written in 1980 that Night Owl has a copy of called How to Be a Superhero by a guy named the Knight Rider. His gimmick was the Knight Rider, and he wrote a short self-published book about how to be a superhero in 1980, which means that he was doing it as far back as the 70s, which means he was also in the era of community activist superheroes like Captain Sticky. So you had a real live superhero operating in like a crime fighting capacity. At the same time, you had community activist ones like Captain Sticky in the 1970s. So we by far were not the first, but we were able to communicate with each other, whereas these poor guys had no way of doing it other than a rotary phone, and how the heck would they find each other? So by no means do we claim to be the first, but we were the first guys to actually be able to communicate with one another.
Jack, it interests me. How did you who was the first guy that you got in touch with to start going out with and doing stuff?
Actually, Dale here. And I was going to touch on something. Somebody had mentioned his badge that he's got. I just wanted to give a shout out to my friend Artisteroy, who designed and 3D modeled and printed that design of the logo. It never took off as well as the one that I designed. And I've always liked this one because it was really cool to be able to put it on somebody's uniform and it showed through the color of their character. Go ahead.
Sorry, I said he had a very original costume. It was simple but effective. I like it, and he won't bother to show his face. I like that.
Yeah, and I pretty much didn't care. I liked covering it up because I'm ugly as hell, but primarily because it just was like a throwback. So I just wore goggles with mine, and I liked it because I just felt like it was kind of a throwback to the domino mask kind of thing. Not that I was trying to hide, because I mean I was outed like on Fox and Friends like months after I started.
You were actually. I got a video of that. I'll play that in a bit.
That was so horrible. That was like my first interview, and I have a broadcasting background, so I get a lot of jokes out of this one even today, where people are laughing because I was using the 5-second delay against them. So they were trying to say things that would be like make me sound stupid. And I'd be like, no, it's because you're producer. Yeah. And it's just like, oh, you're wearing a mask. Well, yeah, because your producer wanted me to. Stuff like that.
The TV wanted to hype it up a bit.
And see, Dale was my first contact, I believe. Dale or Geist. I was on MySpace, so this shows you how long ago it was, about 2004, 2005, and I was still wrestling at that time with my team, and I had posted on MySpace that I was making wrestling costumes for people, and Dale saw one of the costumes I wrestled under, which was oddly enough, it was a superhero character that it started out as a bad guy, but then it turned into a guy because I was wrestling under a mask as well as my regular one. He was a bad guy, and he was doing the escaped prisoner gimmick, and then decided no, he was going to be a superhero because people were getting a little touchy with some of the stuff I was doing and as the villain, and we needed more faces, baby faces, so I made him a superhero. And Dale saw the costume posted, and he's like, hey, there's a bunch of people out here that are real life superheroes and they do this stuff, and you should make some costumes for them. And so I did, and I started making costumes, and people, I made quite a few for Dale, not the one he's wearing there, but I made quite a few for him, and across the board, a lot of people that are no longer active. And I moved on to making patches and all kinds of other stuff. And
that's another one of your talents as well. You're good with a sewing machine, aren't you? You can make stuff.
I try to be. I try to be good with most things that you can make things out of. So that's
curious what you were doing. You said you were doing like an escape convict gimmick?
Yeah, the gimmick was that.
What were you said? But you said people were like getting mad. Like, what were you doing? Like, you can't just like leave that hanging.
Basically, what happened was I started it out with I had made a mask. And it was a red mask with a black skull, and it looked like a character from X-Men. I can't remember, Onslaught, I think it was. And no, because I got the name Holocaust from somewhere to do with this character. I think it was a DC character that had like a red head and a black skull in the middle of it, and that's what I based the mask off of originally, because I just like that contrast. And I was like, oh, well, we'll just call him Holocaust, but it was HOLOKAST. And, you know, I didn't want to talk. So I was going to have a manager / security guard, you know, drag me out to the ring. And I just had, you know, like a ripped up coveralls, the mask, and I wrestled bare feet at the time. And, you know, so I didn't have anything but that. And we did this one thing where basically I was just coming out and people are getting kind of bored of me not doing anything interesting. It's not like I was that bad. They just didn't like me as a bad guy in that gimmick. They liked me as a bad guy in my regular gimmick. They didn't like me as a bad guy in this gimmick per se, because there was no, you know, there was no character, there was no talking, there was no nothing. And at the time we were so dark. We had so many dark characters, and it's like, okay, I'll bite the bullet and I'll make him a good guy. And then, you know, I got into this whole thing where he was just like, you know, justice indeed, you know, and he'd come out and he'd dress like a superhero and he'd, you know, pull up the cape over the face and stuff like that. And, you know, he just used those really cheesy, you know, kind of voices, you know, like kind of an Adam West kind of personality.
Right.
And yeah, so it wasn't like really bad, just people got bored with him. I think the worst part was the worst thing people didn't like was that there was one time when I escaped and I stole a truck as a part of the gimmick. We had the ring truck outside the studio where we filmed. It was a cable access studio. And so we shot this scene where I went out with the handcuffs on and jumped up in the truck and like knocked the driver out, you know, and took the truck and got away. And that was kind of the end of it. They didn't like it after that. And it was just like, yeah, so it wasn't exciting.
Was the
but it was
manager
fun.
guy you had, was he like talking? You said you had like the
he would
manager that
talk.
would like kind of like drag you out. Was he
Yeah,
like?
he would be like, well, he would be like, he'd like look at me and then he'd be like, oh, he wants to say this and he's, you know, blah blah blah. And it's just like, oh, okay. And it was just like, maybe he should have just been a lawyer, you know, and been my lawyer instead of the security guard kind of guy. But we weren't thinking about that at the time. We were just thinking, well, I'm coming out in handcuffs, he should be, you know, a cop or something. And but it would be like whoever was interviewing me would look at me, you know, and ask me a question, and he would come over and he'd like look into my face and then he'd be like, oh, he says this, you know, so that he was doing all the coming up with what I was saying. And I didn't have any control over what I was saying because it would be whatever he said I said. And, you know, he was on the same page as the rest of us as what I would need to say to further the storyline. So it wasn't like he was going off kilter or anything like that. But
right.
Yeah.
Like he was like a convict whisperer is what he was. You know, he was like,
yeah, pretty much. And I think that just got boring with people, and it got boring with me too. And then when I started doing the superhero thing and being all Adam West kind, you know, it's just kind of fun. Oh crap!
Oh, this is
the or a plane. It's a middle-aged insurance salesman with a soft spot for fighting crime. Have you seen one of these guys patrolling your neighborhood? You might soon. The World Superhero Registry. We're rapidly expanding from California to the UK and into Hong Kong. Real-life men and women of mystery, armed only with pepper spray and a vivid imagination. Problem is, some real superheroes and law enforcement aren't loving this idea. And some of the Cape Crusaders are getting battered by local villains. My guest is Razorhawk.
Nice.
Also known as Jack Bernady by day.
That costume is sick.
And founder of the Great Lakes Heroes Guild, live in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Sir, good morning to you.
Good morning.
I appreciate your costume. I was not aware of Razorhawk before. Who is Razorhawk?
He's just this guy. You know?
Razorhawk is an identity I've assumed to go out and do some charitable work, so on and so forth, working with a lot of other real-life superheroes literally around the world.
All right, so you go out and
They're
work in the
coming back.
community.
They
How
left
so?
EVS's
How do you
term. They're
operate?
coming
Children, the elderly, fight crime?
Well, with me, it's personally, I do patrol in my area, which isn't a very high crime area. But I, with my group, do a lot of charity work, usually involving children, children's diseases, so on and so forth. Toys for Tots we just did. But just like a lot of the others in the community, I'm prepared for, the odd crime fighting situation that may come up. A lot of us train and practice and, work out stuff like that to make sure that we're prepared in case. Not that we go out looking to start trouble with a criminal or anything like that.
Razor Huck, let me ask you this. Have you ever stopped a crime or contributed to ceasing it?
Personally, I haven't dealt with a direct crime in doing this. I have dealt with crimes in the past when I was working in a gas station. But other than that, I haven't really, as this part, dealt with it face to face.
I see. So what I was reading about, you mostly work with the elderly, as you mentioned, and with children and maybe toy programs to bring a smile to their face. Why do you have to wear the costume?
Well, the mask is a little extra that your producers asked for today, but usually it's mainly for the fact that what we do, we go out there and we try to inspire people to do good things. And when you see, Steve down the block going out and handing out toys at Christmas time or going and handing food to the homeless or what have you, you think about it for 5 minutes and then afterwards you're like, oh, well, he handed out food or whatever. But when you see somebody that's a little bit different, you see the gimmick, you see the person in the mask or goggles or whatever they happen to be wearing, and they're doing it and they're using a name and a persona, people tend to remember that and they think, this is something that we could do, and kids see it, they recognize what you're doing, they really accept, and it sticks in their mind. And one of the things, as far as I'm concerned, is to try to inspire kids to do good things as they get older.
I see. Okay. All right. I understand what you're going for there. What do the police think about this?
It depends. We've had pretty good fortune with the police in our area. I've had gone on patrols in downtown Minneapolis with a couple people, including Citizen Prime and Geist and Shadow Flare, and we've had a good conversation with the police. We've been able to tell them we would be there, on the streets in advance. We've talked to police officers, shaking their hands, and they were very cool with us because what we try to exude is.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, when you're not Razor Hawk, you're Jack Bernady. I think I've got your last name right. What do you do by day, Jack?
I design and make uniforms for people in this community as well as people in the costuming community in general.
Well, good luck to you. Happy New Year. Thanks for sharing your story.
Love it.
How many are you, by the way, in Minneapolis? We're talking to you, but are there more?
In Minneapolis, in the general area of Minneapolis, there's only a few of us. There's about 4 technically, and then there's another in Rochester who's my good friend and partner, Geist.
What costumes do they wear?
It depends. Usually, you've got one wearing a Shadow Flare wears a big long black trench coat. Geist kind of like a green cowboy. He's got the hat and the
I think we had a picture of him a bit earlier. So
yeah, Geist,
we got a few
Geist
more.
Is a really good guy.
Cool. Hey, Jack, thank you.
These people are great.
All right, thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thanks to Razor Hawk. Here's to a great 2009.
Stay safe.
My hat's off to you.
Thanks.
My mask is too. Thank you, Jack.
All right, so Bill.
Yeah, that was good, Jack. I like that.
Yeah.
I like how you mentioned that they made you wear the mask. Like, fuck taking credit for that.
Yeah. Well, it's like I made a mask. I just never wore it. I had it because I wanted it, not because I was going to wear it in public. It's one of the
It's a cool mask,
Thanks. Yeah, I like that one specifically because it had the little mohawk thing. Like I had my hair shaved.
Did you make the mask for Master Legend as well? I think you made some for him, didn't you?
I did make a mask and a suit for him. As a matter of fact, the one one of the suits I made for him was worn by the guy that when they did the Amazon show about him, the actor that played him in the Amazon show wore the costume that I made, which is sad because I never got credit for it.
Yeah, yeah, we had one of the real life superheroes, Master Legend. He had an Amazon pilot made about him, didn't he? He had one
Yeah.
episode. I watched it as well. It's brilliant, I reckon.
What's it
I
called?
liked it.
I'll have to look that up.
Was it the Legend of? I think it was the Legend of Master Legend was the name of it,
Legend of Master.
and it was
So-
pretty accurate.
So now, like, do you have like powers or something, or like I don't like
me?
Superman, and
No.
whether you know it or not, we also have
Oh,
a
gosh.
Master Legend. You may have
Now,
seen Orlando's own
Dr. Ben,
Caped
it's
Crusade.
more like they dress up as superheroes and do charitable stuff.
Yeah, it's persona.
Some,
As
some,
I
some of them go out and try and stop crime or prevent crime, but a lot of them, the majority of them, are just personas to get people attracted to do charity.
charity, and we used to do safety patrols, which safety patrols were just that, keeping people safe. You know, we'd go downtown on a Friday night and go from 7 o'clock at night till about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I mean, you'd have people that were getting hit on by people they didn't want to be hit on, so we'd intervene. We did one time catch like a drug dealer. That was kind of cool. And a lot of it was just,
So is that a no? You don't have powers, or
I don't have powers. No, as I used to put it when I'd
Okay.
get interviewed. I'd get interviewed for shows like that, Fox and Friends.
If you're after someone with powers, Ben, then Master Legend's your man. He's got metamorphical powers. He talks to angels.
He is an
I'll show
angel.
you. I'll show you them now.
Later on the
That's what I'm
cover of
saying.
Rolling
This is
Stone
all
or in
of
an
this is blowing my
HBO
mind. You know
documentary
this.
or walking down Orange Avenue on any given night. But we wanted to know more about this guy and his team of self-proclaimed Justice Crusaders. All new tonight, West 2's Kara Moore is live in downtown Orlando. And Kara, you had a chance to speak with Master Legend and local police about his role out on our streets.
Master Legend.
Yes, I did, Martha. And
Really
somewhere
nice
out
bloke.
there in the shadows right now strolls a man in a cape and tights who takes his role as the city's superhero pretty seriously. Darkness falls around downtown Orlando and the city comes alive. Rest easy, Orlando. This caped crusader is patrolling the streets. His name, Master Legend.
Oh,
I'm a real-life superhero.
A self-employed handyman by day, crime fighter and homeless advocate by night, often armed with blankets, water, and toiletries for those in need.
Here to protect the innocent. If anyone's being attacked, harmed in any way, we will jump into action.
He's part of a superhero team known as the Justice Crusaders. They're quickly becoming celebrities, signing autographs,
Master Legend. Master Legend.
and appearing in photo shoots.
Let's get shoulder to shoulder.
He may not scale buildings or soar through the sky, but Master Legend claims superhero powers, certain psychic abilities.
I
He
can
can
predict a
scale
lot of things.
buildings.
Like I already was telling him that I knew Channel 2 was going to give me a call or something today.
For Master Legend, the streets are a familiar place, having been homeless himself. And now downtown Orlando is his Hall of Justice. So what does the Orlando Police Department think about all this? Well, they wouldn't go on camera, but a spokesperson told me they don't exactly consider Master Legend to be a crime fighter, but as long as he's not out there committing any, he's free to dress up and patrol the streets whenever he wants. Live in downtown Orlando, Kara Moore, West.
That's not entirely true though, because his local police department actually give him a commendation for helping break up a crack ring.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he has actually.
How did he break up the crack ring?
I'm not actually sure, mate, but he does actual things in his neighbourhood.
Yeah.
He looks out for drug dealers and he'll work with the police to get them caught, and he actually does decent stuff that isn't just you know what I mean. It's not all just charity stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Master Legend's the sort of real life superhero that take risks. He actually lives it. He believes it.
Oh yeah, he was 24/7. Although that was then and this is now, but now it's a little different. But yeah, he's still out there. As far as I know.
I was always fascinated by it, like the wanting to help people, and the fact that they had personas and stuff like that. It was interesting. It was like it enabled people that were I don't know. I guess some people must have been shy or something. Or when you put on a mask, you kind of lose all that, don't you? So you can just be who you want to be.
Well, there's a lot of different reasons people would wear masks too. It runs the gamut from those of us who just did it for, because it was customary, and there were people that did it because, they just really wanted to keep their identity secret, which is kind of silly in this day and age because it's really not possible. And yet there are still some people that persist to keep a private identity because they think they're going to get attacked by gangbangers in their free time. I'm not going to name names. And then there are those, I can't remember who it was, but somebody like covered up every inch of their body with a costume because they wanted people to not know who was under, if it was, if they were white or black or male or female. They just wanted to have a persona that could be anybody, so that people seeing them could be like, well, if they can do it, I can do it, because I don't know who they are under there. They could be, my brother, my sister, my best friend. They could be the guy that works at the gas station down the block. And that was his whole intention, was that people would have that feeling that it could be anybody. And therefore you could put yourself in that position, kind of inspiring people to look at that. So it runs the gamut. Everybody's got their reasons. Some just do it to do it. Some, nowadays not too many wear masks anymore. If they do, it's just out of habit. Or there's, some the leftovers from the pandemic, still wearing the face masks. Which isn't a bad idea when you're in public, because when you're going into some of these places that we go for homeless outreach, you probably do want something to over your mouth. Like when we go to Chicago, we go to a place called Lower Wacker, which is under the city. It is basically where the city originally was built, and then it kept getting flooded, so they built the city above it. So you're down where the original buildings of Chicago are, and there are streets down there, and people go down there and drive down there, but it's quite a different place than the rest of Chicago. When you get up on top, you're up there looking down, and you're like, it's almost like a whole different world underneath there. So there's a lot of things that you could catch down there, because it's dirty, and there's waste down there, and there's rats and that, all that stuff. So you just, it would behoove you to have something to not breathe in some of that stuff.
It makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And that's the way it goes. I mean, I know right now that's what's happening out in not Alameda, San Francisco area, Oakland area is where Crimson Fist is, and they've recently been cracking down. The police and stuff have been cracking down on trying to get rid of the homeless, and now the homeless are living in the sewers and the reservoirs underneath the city. And recently they had a big weather front come through where there was a lot of flooding and stuff, and the first place all that water goes is right where all those people were. So he was out like almost 24/7 pulling people out of the sewers and stuff and getting them to dry land, so that they didn't drown, you know, because that was getting pretty bad there. So it's one of those things, you know.
Yeah, it sounds terrible. We got another guest coming in now, another mate, Carbon Heart. Hello, Carbon. How you doing, mate?
Good evening. How are you
Good
guys?
evening.
Hello.
We're talking to Jack Burnett. He's one of the real life superheroes. You've been watching?
Yes, I have. Good to meet you, Jack.
You too.
Well, are you lot all right to have a chat for a minute? I just got to pop away. I won't be long.
Yeah, you're all good. You know. What you know what I am like really curious about is like, okay, you're all being doing good deeds, helping homeless, stopping, alerting police if you see a crime or whatever. Is there anybody that was like went the opposite way and was like, you know, I'm gonna dress up as a superhero and I'm gonna be a fucking villain and like do like evil shit in response to you guys, like specifically, not just like I'm gonna go out and be a, you know, a crazy person with a mask killing people, but like I'm gonna be a crazy person with a mask who's trying to stop the people that are out trying to like feed homeless people. Like that's what I'm curious about. Like, is there actual villains?
Right. And there are people who call themselves real life supervillains. You know, and I don't know how much I can say about certain ones, but to be totally honest, I have more friends that are villains than are heroes. I really enjoy the villains because, and I shouldn't say enjoy, but I really do get along with them. And I find a lot of camaraderie with them and myself. What a lot of them did was they saw what we were doing and they thought what we were doing was trying to get on TV, trying to do this, trying to do that. So what they were trying to do was hold us accountable. They were trying to say, hey, you know, if you're going to be saying you're doing this stuff, be doing this stuff. Don't be standing in front of your mirror in your bathroom taking pictures and saying that you're going out beating up crackheads. You know, if you're saying you're doing something, do it. And see, I never had a problem with that because I didn't say anything I didn't do. You know, I did whatever I said I was doing.
There were some people though, like claiming to be supervillains that were taking it a bit far.
Yeah.
Doxing people's addresses and identities and stuff like that.
Yeah, there were some outriggers like that, but the majority of the main, like well-known, the ones that I dealt with were ones that were trying to hold us accountable. But there were, like Johnny said, there were some that would dox people. They would look up their, you know, try to find if they had a criminal record and then put it out there and say, oh, this guy's pretending to be a hero and he's a domestic abuser, or, you know, he's a whatever, you know, or a criminal of some kind. Yeah. You know, and which still, I mean, to be honest, that's holding people accountable. You know, that's telling you that they don't want to see people that are acting against their normal personality and saying that they're a superhero when they're in trouble for other things.
It can be dangerous because the public will put a lot of trust into you.
Mm-hmm.
It could actually just be a psychopath that wants to hurt people and acts like
Exactly, and there are some. I mean, there are quite a few people that have called themselves superheroes that are really not good people. There's quite a few that I started out I thought were fine people, and I got along with them at first, and then when some of the things started coming out, you know, different types of things where, you know, they'd be spouting homophobic stuff or stuff like that, or hate speech of any kind while they're trying to pretend to be a superhero. You know, then they started falling by the wayside and they started being, you know, ushered out in, you know, ways like those of us that didn't believe in what they were spouting would be coming out and saying, "Hey, we don't all believe this. You know, if you think that's what we're like, then you know, you can't judge us by that person." You know, so we'd try to make it apparent that people were not. It wasn't appreciated to have people doing that. So having some of the villains that would, you know, go out and find if somebody had a criminal record or something, that did help out, because there were times when I didn't know somebody was capable of something, and a villain would come to me and be like, "Hey, Jack, you know, so and so is this, you know, get the message out there," you know, and they'd you know, pass on whatever information they had. You know, they'd send me files and stuff that they downloaded.
It was interesting to me as well as an outsider, because a lot of the supervillains, like I want nothing to do with your community really. I just came in and I found it interesting, but a lot of the supervillains sort of took me in and wanted me to be one of them, so they put me in their little secret groups and stuff like that. I saw a lot of weird, interesting stuff in there. And some of them were just insane. Some of them were just plotting to troll people and destroy their lives.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm sure there was some like that. The ones I've gotten to know over the years, like Captain Blackheart and Lord Mole, Purple Lotus, you know, some of those guys are just like my favorite people on the planet. I really enjoy having them as friends. Outside of that stuff, I mean, these are, as far as like hanging out, doing stuff. I mean, we've had villains come out to Hope and help us out with the homeless outreach. You know, Captain Blackheart and the Baroness came out to one. Phantom Patriot came out to one, and helped out as, you know, just like the rest of us. And it was a great time, and they're wonderful people. I really appreciate them for who they are. So
yeah, even though they were characters, there were still some that were doing proper charitable stuff. Like you mentioned Lord Mole, he done one of the initiative things over here in Britain with it's like a Shadow Prowler or something, Onyx Avenger. There was a few of them. They done it. There was a handful of them over here. How you doing anyway, Dillard?
I'm doing good. I'm sorry. I just now came back in to work and saw my DMs. I'm sorry.
That's all right, man. I only sent it to you recently. I was going to do it earlier, but I had a guest planned for here, and now he's not coming on, so I got an extra space.
Oh. I can't stay too long. I got to go do the CG slums right now. We're doing a
yeah,
slums.
no worries. When's it on? When's it starting?
I think like a couple of minutes. But I don't like showing up on time because that dude plays like long intros, like 20-minute intros.
Yeah, I can be guilty of that sometimes.
Show up fashionably late.
Well, did you watch Malin Mysteries?
I did.
What did you think?
I was mortified. Where did you find that awful picture of me? Oh my god.
You lot are hard to find pictures of. You're very mysterious. I had to take it off of a screenshot. I would like better pictures of you for the war.
Just like this.
For the war.
this was the face he found.
No, it was a good cameo though, Dillard. All he said was, "Hey."
I loved it.
So, Dillard, what are you working on? Any projects at the minute? You want to boost?
Oh, not anything that's live right now. No.
Nah.
Yeah, no worries.
Dr. Ben is gone. His Wi-Fi has gone down at the minute, people. He is going to come back in a minute. He just disappeared on us. Yeah, I find it fascinating, Jack. It's brilliant, and I'm really glad you came on tonight, mate. It's been brilliant talking to you.
You too.
I see your stuff on Facebook, but I rarely get a chance to talk to you, so it's nice to catch up.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that don't get to talk to many It's like,
you seem very busy. You're a busy man, family man.
yeah, I'm always driving somebody somewhere, and or doing something, So it's like I rarely get a chance to sit down and actually this is the most I've talked to anybody in 4 years. So yeah.
Wow.
Nice. And something I didn't ask you as well. Comic books. Are you into comic books, Jack? Obviously.
Yeah, I started reading comic books when I was very, very young. It's the first thing I've ever read was a comic book, because my older half brother had comics, and I got into them. And I've been always a DC guy. I know people don't take that seriously, but I enjoy some of the more goofy shit. So I do like
I was
stuff
always
like.
more into I liked a bit of DC. I like 2000 AD comics as well, the British company. A lot of strange comics.
Oh yeah. I've always been I've read a little of everything. I kind of go across the board, but I think DC has been the one that stuck with me the most because you've got Ambush Bug, and you've got Blue Beetle and Booster Gold and stuff like that, and I enjoy laughing. So so I was always into some of the more silly stuff, but I like also more of the old pulpy stuff, stuff with the Shadow and Doc Savage and Spirit, and of course Zorro is one of my favorites, just across the board. So
I liked like you said, all of them classics. And what about you, Dillard? What got you into comics? I've never had a chance to chat to you much. Did you?
Yeah, I did. I didn't get into comics until later in life, because when I was younger, I had no money at all. I was able to buy comics from basically, if I saw a cover that I liked, that's what I would pick up. My local comic shop didn't allow us to leaf through. To look at. So I would go and maybe one week I would go and pick up Spider-Man 55, and then the next week it would be Sabretooth #2, and the next it would be Ghost Rider 4 or something. It was never. I never actually read sequentially anything ever until I got older. So I did find a nice little set of this book by Kanuga back in the day called Creed, and we had this place that would sell old claimed luggage stuff, right? And nobody came to claim their luggage. They would just sell it wholesale, and you can go around, and I found a box that had a bunch of comics in it, and I was like, Creed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was like, oh damn it! So I actually had that, and that was the only thing I ever read that had a story that I could follow.
Nice.
Again, because they were 20 cents a piece,
That was the same with me. I didn't get full stories of comics till I got probably into college, and then I could afford buying a bunch of stories.
I'm a fatty, right? I would go, I would get $5 a week as allowance. This was all the way up until high school. So, and I had $5, I could either get some chili cheese fries or a comic.
Right.
Obviously, you can see what I chose.
Yeah, I remember those days getting pocket money, buy your comics and your food. Fucking hell, it's a long time ago now.
It was $3.75, and they gave you this nice blister package of big mound of chili cheese fries. Oh, it was great. And then I had $1.50 left over, and I was like, I could save that. I might find some change here and there. Maybe get $2 together to get a comic book.
Back when they were that cheap.
Yeah.
Did you see all that shit going on with Matt Barr and the crazy lady?
I did. Everybody's talking about it in the back rooms, and I'm like, there was so many streams that happened in a row that had to do with a bunch of drama. I don't have 7 hours here and 4 hours here and 6 hours to just commit to watching it. So I was watching stuff at 2 times speed, trying to skim through it.
Right.
I think I got a pretty good idea about what's going on.
Yeah, we were watching it earlier. that little rant that woman done is unhinged. I can't get over it. Like, what were you even on about?
The real question is, why does she wear such skimpy clothing? Like, it's like, I don't know. It feels weird when she's like trying to use the autism card, but also wearing really skimpy clothing. It's like, I don't know.
Well, she has an OnlyFans. That was her whole claim to fame to begin with. You know, I think she went viral because she made a video where she was ranting about Star Wars. Yeah, that was her first video, and she was screaming about it, and she was wearing like
where she has the low cut top and she's jiggling and jiggling.
She literally was shaking her tits, and so that's how she became known. So, I mean, that's how it goes.
Yeah,
Hey, Barb Rogers.
When you've got tits like that. I mean,
What else are you gonna do?
Justification shit. You know what you're doing?
You were attacking me and harassing me online, dude. What the fuck, Ethan?
With young
Cecil says love on the spectrum is less autistic than me.
Dude, I love that show. Tanner, why can't you be more?
Maybe they're not together. They live separate lives.
most important part is I didn't threaten you.
You're all
I never
strong.
threatened you.
She's
Hold on.
grown up. I don't know anything about.
Wait.
Fucking hell.
Oh my god! The best
Jonny,
part
did
is
you-
that there is like, "What the fuck, Ethan?" He's enjoying every single moment of this.
I don't know. Is Ethan just trolling Matt Barr with it or what? Because like,
Well,
what is?
He just so hard.
Yeah.
He just loves.
He is.
He just loves the drama. And I gotta be honest, I'm also a troll at heart. I love the drama. So like, it's so funny. He sets it up, and Matt Bear is so mad about it.
It's like
Yeah,
he's
it's
obviously
obvious.
trolling Matt Barr, because at the very end, he's like, all right, Matt Barr, fuck you. And he's Matt Barr like,
If she dressed as Yara, I can understand her. I guess I could understand her being compared to those sisters.
I do incest porn.
What's going on?
Okay, well, that doesn't tell me that they're together, though. That tells me that.
Oh no! If you're not together
that tells
with
me
somebody-
there's.
What I'm saying, put it in the private chat. Put it in the private chat so I can see.
Like, what
Don't
was he
read it
doing
out.
that? Was he doing that on her? Like,
yes.
Let me see.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No.
I'm pretty sure. Don't read that out loud.
I'm not. Maybe they're not together. Oh.
Well,
Oh yeah. Okay.
yeah. I mean, she's
That's the rumor going around.
She's got a lot of
Well, when
energy.
interesting
I
woman is
mean,
the most uninteresting person.
Because he's arguing with mint salad.
you know,
I don't care about her.
apparently she's upset with Matt
OnlyFans or any
Barr,
of that.
but
I do
How
now.
about you shut up?
Right
How
now,
about that?
straw man fucking arguments.
Well,
Bitch.
this is the thing. She's upset. Man, I want to thank you for coming on. I feel your anger towards Matt Barr. You know,
For
it's,
cannon's sake,
Do you really, Ethan? You feel the anger? I mean, can't you? You don't feel that? I see it, but I don't feel it because it's.
It all stinks of an act to me. That's just trying to get views, I reckon.
Yeah, is she actually like a retard, or is she just pretending to be a retard?
Well, she says she's autistic, and that's not exactly the same as.
Yeah, but is she's like self-diagnosed, that kind of thing, or what?
Anybody can claim that too, and be like, don't.
That's
make
true.
fun of me for this, that, or the other.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is she's like, well, I'm this. Shut up. Well, then stop talking to normal people. You know.
is there? There's not like an official test though.
She puts on a
Like-
good act. Like, she does act like autistic people that I've met and talked to before. But like, I don't know. The whole skimpy clothing thing is really it's a big throw off to me. Because like, I don't know. I just don't buy that part of it. That part of it to me is like a very obvious, like, she just wants to get attention.
Because autistic means that what does it mean exactly? That you can't behave like a normal person because there's something wrong with your brain that you can't behave
People
normally.
being able is lacking being able to take in knowledge properly. I think
Social
And
cues and stuff. Yeah.
Right. So you should kind of resign yourself to not interacting with normal people, or at the very least, if you get offended by something or you're upset, take a break, do some self-inventory, because you don't see things right. You don't understand things correctly. Stop trying to pick fights and get involved with normal people. Go away.
Well, like you said, there's a lot of people these days who are self-diagnosing. And I think that's part of the problem right now, where you're meeting people who are saying, "Oh, I'm autistic," and then you ask them, "Have you been diagnosed?" And they said no. So therefore, it's like anybody can just claim it, and then just kind of act a fool, and use it as an excuse to wild out, because let's face it, like, they're having fun in the sense, just kind of acting crazy on the internet. So I don't buy it. 50% of the time, I don't buy it.
Yeah, it seems, because it looks like her and her boyfriend, they've made up their minds a long time ago. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna be crummy people online. And
are they really crummy people though?
Well, the moment you start to
Riley's worse.
The moment I stop trusting you, I have to be honest. Like, OnlyFans is like a poison to humankind. It's one of the worst things to have happened to the human species in a long time. And like, anybody who engages in it, I'm not inclined to trust you anymore. Like, I don't look, I'm not on Matt Bear's side in this stuff. I don't know what's going on. I don't really like Matt Bear, if I'm being honest with you guys, but like, I trust him more than I trust somebody who does OnlyFans, I guess is the way I would put it.
Yeah, like Matt Barr is notorious for, like, if you're like, you say, "Hey, what's going on, jerk," and he'll be like he'll come back with the absolute most horrible thing he could say, right? It's like that's also not how you interact with people,
right?
You
can say nothing at all.
He has that, and then he's always, "Why? I just tell it like it is." I don't know why I'm always getting in fights,
right? Which is fun. I can't be. It's fun from time to time. I love that. That's my favorite meme of all time, right there. Scroll back up. That literally, that Jesus meme is my favorite meme of all time. Flooded again. Let's go. Let's do it. Are you guys ready for the flood? I'm ready. I got waterproof boots, motherfuckers.
Dude, I got a rowboat and it has holes. I'm not ready for anything.
Or the other meme where Jesus on the phone.
You're still flooded out down there, aren't you?
Start the rapture. There's a meme of Jesus on the phone. He's like, "Start the rapture."
Let's go. Angels and UFOs are like, copy that.
Yeah, but like those two, right? I call them crummy people because I'm trying not to be. I'm not familiar with your guys' stream too much, so I don't want to get crazy with my language. But I just say they're crummy people.
Judge you from this. So.
I don't mind you saying anything on here. Go fire away.
But I call them crummy because, like, they'll not only, like, Matt Barr will say a very offensive thing, right? Like, "Well, yeah, he'll make fun of you or your manhood or whatever." But the other people, Riley and Salad, like, they'll be like, "Well, obviously you did this stuff because you have a sexual relationship with your animals or something," and like they'll say just anything and the most outrageous thing they can think of everywhere they go. It's like, I can't have people like that in my life. I don't want to deal with people.
Yeah, did you see Riley this morning on Finatra's stream?
No, I went on Finatra's stream like later on, but it was later on after the day.
Yeah,
I got up kind of late because I was out drinking.
And he was basically just screaming at Matt Barr the whole time. It was nuts. Like, he proved that he's out of his mind. Like, once I saw that this morning, I'm like, yo, this guy has some problems. Like,
so, and when he was screaming, he was probably saying something very offensive or illegal or crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the most outrageous things he could possibly think of, basically.
Yeah.
Like you said.
What kinds of stuff did he say? I didn't listen to any of it.
It's just,
well, you know about the whole thing where he made a video. You saw that before, where he's saying he was gonna sexually molest him.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
But then,
right,
this morning,
the shopping cart one.
Yeah, stuff like that. His rant was insane, man. Like, and then he went further. But then here's the thing: like, I don't blame Matt Barr though.
Or Matt Bear, sorry.
No. Riley was yelling. Riley was yelling at him.
As a sailor. That's fucking mad.
Yeah, the sailor bad. It's committed to the bit.
But the thing is, though, you don't mention somebody's wife. This morning, Riley started saying, "Oh, I'm going to come after your wife," and I'm like, "Dude, you don't say that."
Yeah, you don't say that shit.
Especially a guy who Matt Barr comes across as a guy who can handle himself, you know. So it's like you start threatening somebody's family directly. That's the end, you know. Like
yeah. Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, if it's just a threat toward, like, obviously the dude is not capable of physically overpowering Matt Bear and actually raping him. So if it's just a joke like that against you, Matt Bear, then you should just take it as a joke. But I do agree. If they start talking about your wife or your kids, that's it. It's over. Like, it's fucking war at that point.
See, like, to me, like, the way I kind of navigate being online, it's like, not only is it not war, like, I no longer associate. Like, once
exactly.
like, I kind of give this analogy, right? In real life, you have a family, whatever, in real life, and everybody kind of has that one aunt or uncle that's off their rocker, the kind of person that would be like, I don't like the way you're raising your kids, and would call CPS on you. Like, really, people that are dangerous to have around your life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that kind of stuff is like a one and done. When you do that, I'm sorry, you're no longer coming to any events. No, like, you're done. You're out of the family. So, like, when somebody goes and crosses that line, like, I had one of the guys, I don't know if you're gonna know who he is, named Risey Lee. You know who Risey is? And he'll say outrageous stuff all the time, but then he'll start. He went ahead and just made these other claims, right? Like, oh, Dillard's trafficking his own children to other CGers and stuff like that. And I'm like, it's a line too far. I'm done. So I'm just done. I just ignore, you know.
I had an argument with Risey Lee, actually. I came up for not just stream and I was calling him out because he crosses the line also.
Yeah. All the time.
And
He's
you're
like
right.
a habitual line stepper.
yeah. You just cut them off at that point. You just and I think Riley is gonna end up just disappearing. I think everybody is just gonna end up cutting him off and blocking him to the point where he's gonna be drowned out.
Well, his
it's sad, but it's like it's also kind of like it's for the best because he's super annoying, dude. Like, how long can you listen to somebody at that high of a register of voice and just monotone? Like, but it just doesn't stop, you know. I couldn't do it. You know? It's like, remember the old I Love Lucy show? It's like Ricky Ricardo listening to Lucy, just like, stop, you know. I can't do it.
I said start explaining to somebody at work the other day, and they had no idea what I was talking about. And I was like, you should know this. Like, you're older than me. Come on.
It's not about age. I mean, that show's been on reruns for
I know
years and years.
But like most people my age don't know a damn thing about I Love Lucy, and it's like, guys, this is like classic television. You need to know about this.
Yeah, I think, like, remember when the last thing that we had, like, a watershed moment, right? Or these cultural zeitgeist formations, which we don't have anymore. Ever since the invention of streaming, people are able to, like, customize their entertainment. I watch what I like, you watch what you like. Because back in the day, we watched what was popular on TV. We could all talk about what happened on this show because everybody watched the same shows, Home Improvement, you know, Married with Children, or whatever, at 8:00 p.m., you know, at night. But I think the last show that happened with was like American Idol, where everybody was watching the same thing, you know? Because after that, it was like, these people over here watch Breaking Bad. These people over here watch The Walking Dead. These people over here watch The Sopranos, you know, and that's what they talk about. And everybody kind of fractured off. But this kind of thing that happened with that generation, I think people that were born after the that time period that was American Idol, they don't have to ingest any of the shows unless they actually seek it out and want to watch it. Like, I had to watch MASH because that's what was on. You know? And they don't have to. And more power to them. They see a lot of cool stuff out there.
Well, but at the same time, like, I've always felt like maybe you might disagree with me, but like, when you're as an artist, you take things from things that you've viewed before. And there's like a degree to which So like, when you're writing a story, for instance, like you can't just like you might like 3 different genres, but you can't just combine them into one thing at one time and just be like, yeah, this is going to be okay. You have to set rules for yourself. And it's funny because when you set those rules for yourself, you end up, and you follow those rules, you end up making something that's like makes more sense and is better than if you had allowed yourself to do whatever you felt like at any given moment. And I guess what I'm trying to say is with that old like, you know, what was it, TV Land, you know, that channel, you know, with that kind of stuff, that's the old rules, the old TV shows. And I feel like when people watch those old TV shows and that's what inspires them in the art that they create as they go forward, it's actually kind of better because the more. So everybody watched those old TV shows, and the people that a lot of people watch now are the people who are creating art based off of what they were inspired by those original shows. So it's like a what's the word? A deviation from that original art. And that's cool, but then the more you keep deviating, it starts to get kind of lame. And I guess, how would I describe it? Like there's a million zombie shows now. And it's because these zombie shows are all trying to do something different from the most recent zombie show that did something slightly different. When in reality, they should go back to the core zombie, you know, media and then do something different from that. And that'll be more original and more interesting than this kind of like constant deviation from the most recent thing that was done. I feel like people should go back and watch the original stuff. Like one guy, like,
you know, I even feel like The Walking Dead suffered, but even though it was different, it did suffer from that in the later seasons. Like it wanted to do what everybody else is doing, which is just, we can't stop. We can't write an ending. We just need to branch off and meander in different directions up and down, you know?
Right.
It's like one of my favorite shows, and I do love art, right? And it has some of the most hated art in the world. But there was a show that I really liked called Adventure Time.
Dude, Adventure Time is an amazing show.
Right. But then in the later seasons, it's like they started the show, but they didn't have an ending for the show. So now the show went in different directions and it's all crazy now. And who knows what it is. It's like every show does that now.
Well, like you said, Dillard, you know, there used to be this kind of finite amount of media to the point where people can connect more, you know, definitely like the water cooler conversations about a TV show that everyone watched on Sunday. And ever since the internet, it's like there's an infinite amount of media now, you know? And so it's like people are less connected to each other. And also, I think
yes, I do.
Creativity is dying a little bit too as a
what
result.
Does this poster
Yeah, I think you're right.
say? You know, if you walked into your friend's house and this was on the wall, like,
you know what this is?
Can I be mean? I want to be brutally mean.
Go ahead.
Whenever there's a TV show and they got to randomly put a superhero poster on some kid's wall in the background, and they don't want to pay a license fee to Marvel or DC, or they don't have a budget to get one professionally done, that's what this looks like.
Yeah, I guess so. You know what it actually looks like to me? It looks like Gina Carano's point of view meeting Eric. You know, it turns out Eric is only like 5'6". In real life. Did you see those pictures of him with Gina?
Yeah.
Gina's like towering over him, like looking down at him. He's like, "Nice to meet you." Holy shit. All right, anyway, enough of this. I don't want to rag on this poster. Please buy one. They got a bunch of them here.
Oh, that's Trash Cast right now.
Posters.
Yeah. Hey guys, I have to go. I got to go to that other show. But
no worries.
Thank you very much for having me on. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime, mate. Anytime you want to come for a chat, just let me know, mate. I'll send you a link. Thanks for coming on.
Absolutely. Thank you. See you guys later.
Nice meeting you, man.
Later. Hi, Dillard. Nice to meet you. Dillard. I never got to ask him about his meth, if he started doing meth or not. That's what I was concerned about, and then I never asked him.
Damn it, I just missed him. I'm sorry. God damn it.
I blame myself.
I think that was a fantasy. He wishes he could do it. But,
well, I mean, that was previously. I mean, saying he could have progressed already. He was in the chat. That's what he could have gone and got some. Come in. That's why he was coming in to. It's personal failing. The one thing I did want to say to Jack there, well, were you saying your Jack the Ripper thing?
Mm-hmm.
Like you were saying, he's kind of like turned over a good leaf almost, right? Is that almost what you were saying with your character of him or whatever?
See, I think the thing is with the character was, he was the main bad guy in the wrestling organization. That he was like the top one that nobody wanted to piss off. Also because he was the boss, so they didn't want to piss him off. But he was never actually like devious or evil. He'd just have these moments where he would be like devious and evil. Otherwise, he would try to be personable. So this is with doing the show that I'm working on. It's him being personable and being more about the comedy instead of being like half the time putting people down, because that's what you do as the bad guy in wrestling. You put your opponents down and you make fun of them, and and so this is him without the putting people down. It's more of a character to work with because he's larger than life, but with more of my opinions than the character's opinions. So it's kind of what he would want to be if he wanted to make friends, if that makes sense. And, he's still kind of persnickety and stuff like that, but he's also not mean-spirited. And I don't think the character was ever mean-spirited to most people. I think he was only mean-spirited to certain people, that I would have feuds with at the time.
It made me wonder too, it reminded me of Jack the Ripper Vampire Hunter, which is written by Mandy.
Mm-hmm.
She's over on the Trash Cast, and drawn by that Peter Gilmore fella. And in that, her version of Jack the Ripper is he's like, it retells the tale. I just ordered it, so I should finally have a copy to actually read. But as I understand, Jack the Ripper in this is a vampire, and he is hunting evil vampires. He's kind of like a tortured good vampire sort of thing, like kind of like Morbius from Spider-Man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's hunting the evil vampires, and the people that he kills are the evil vampires. So they're not like just innocent victims, as we've been told in the historical narrative, but they are actually evil vampire creatures. That's what I'm saying. Like, I thought that was just interesting that because I had never thought of like Jack the Ripper as like anything but like a villain before. And I found that really interesting with her book. And then like you talking about having a character where Jack is kind of not evil. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he can still be, the bad guy. I mean, he's still a pirate, so, which is totally out of left field on top of it.
Well, there was lots of a lot of the different suspects. Well, they're not a lot of the suspects. There were suspects that were sailors and whatnot. I don't think necessarily pirates, but sailors definitely.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, and, it was just. See, originally when I was thinking about doing the show, it was going to be Dr. Jack T. Ripper doing it, and there was going to be his laboratory, and that was the original idea of it. But in Minnesota, where I live, we have a guy that just started doing a horror hosting show on the channel where Mystery Science Theater 3000 originally started. which is our local channel 23, and he's Dr. Sam Guineri. And I started thinking about that. I'm like, I don't want to be a doctor anymore. That's a weird thing, you know. And so
for everyone.
Well, you know, and it to me the idea of him being a doctor was entertaining. But then I'm just like, you know, I don't want to step on toes because I want to be part of this community, because there's a bunch of really nice people in this community that do shows all over the place, and I want to be able to help them out and have them help me out, because I've had this idea for years and years and years, but I've never put it into a form of action to the point that I've put it into now. And so I'm hoping for a lot of help from these guys, and I hope to be able to help them out in ways that they need, that I can do. You know, I have a lot of different skills that I can help people out with, and so I want to be like not stepping on any toes. I want to learn from them, and I want to, you know, learn how they do it and have fun doing it. And a lot of them collaborate with one another. So like if there are multiple people in the same general vicinity, they'll get together and they'll be on each other's shows and stuff. And like one of my friends is a guy in Kenosha, Wisconsin, does a show, and there's another host in the same area. So they often are together doing the shows together, and then they each do a show, but then the other one goes on the other show, and is kind of like the sidekick on the other guy's show. And I'm hoping to have that, because you know, one of the things, I watched a video by another host who did the 8.5 steps it takes to be a horror host. And the first one was money. Don't do it if you want to make money. And I'm like, I don't want to make, I mean, I wouldn't turn money down, but at the same time, it's like, I want to do this because when, you know, I was 12 or 13 and Mystery Science Theater 3000 came on for the first time, and I would watch it every week, and it would be like they'd show the same episode over and over for a while when Joel was first putting it on, and I got used to that. And but it was like, that was the moment where I said, you know, this is something I want to do someday. And I never, you know, I put it aside, but then, you know, I've had a problem with negativity personally for a long time. And I was really feeling miserable at the end of the year, this last year. And I never make a New Year's resolution. So I decided I was going to make this as a New Year's resolution, that I was going to do this and make it a visible thing to other people. Because a lot of times I'll want to do something, I'll start doing it, and I won't want to tell anybody, because I don't want anybody to ruin it or to try to help me, or, you know, whatever, you know, I just want to do it. And then because I'm not accountable to anybody but myself, who is not an accountable person, I end up not, you know, I get so far and then I stop. So by putting it out there that I was doing this as a resolution, I've put myself in a position where now people are expecting me to do it. So now I can't not do it. And so it's more about doing it than, you know, any of the stuff that people do these things for. You know, it's just, I want to have fun. I want to make new friends. I want to be helpful to people in the community of that community. And I want to know that I've got people in that community that can help me out, you know, and get better at what I'm intending to do. So it's kind of, I don't know, kind of a healing thing for me right now, because it's getting my mind on something that I really feel interested in and excited about. And
right.
I don't usually let myself get that way, because a lot of times I feel let down after, but this, it just feels like I've been wanting to do it for so long, and now's the time to really do it, because I don't have anything else going on for me as far as personal wins, I guess. So it's time that I get some kind of personal win, and hoping it works.
It sounds
I
good,
mean,
mate.
yeah, well, that's what you're gonna continue to do, like the like the charity kind of, sort of like the sort of like
yeah.
helping out homeless folks and the.
Oh yeah, yeah. We do
I
that as
definitely
much
like
as we can.
what you were saying, how, like, if you're doing because my friend, my co-host, Sam River, he does a lot of food distribution, right? He does stuff with different food groups where they have some place where they got a whole bunch of food, and he'll go get it, and then he takes it to I don't know, wherever there's, I guess there's like a, I don't know if it's a homeless camp. I don't know. It's wherever there's a bunch of people that could use food, and he distributes it. And it's like, thinking about it, it's like, yeah, that would be, if you had like a food giveaway kind of thing, and you had a whole bunch of the local cosplayers all dressed up as Captain America and this and that, and just, it would just give it a better feel and make it more maybe like worthwhile, or like you said, like,
you're trying to cheer people up. You're trying to do a good thing and put a smile on their face at the same time. It's memorable. If you were homeless and a superhero walked up to you and gave you a sandwich or something you needed, you wouldn't forget that. That'd be quite out of the blue.
Well, see that, and San Diego was perfect for that, because we would do it. See, the reason we started doing it was I had gone out. I used to go to San Diego Comic-Con every year, and one year I'd gone there, and there was a guy named Peter Tangen who was a poster photographer for movie posters. He made like the Tobey Maguire posters for Spider-Man and stuff like that. And he wanted to chronicle a lot of us and show that he started the Real Life Superhero Project, was to show off who we were, what we did, and how we did it. And he had a thing, like a gallery kind of thing in San Diego during Comic-Con, to try to bring awareness to what we did to people like, celebrities and stuff like that, where they could, find a place to donate money and help out. And while I was there, I had met some of the San Diego people. There's a team in San Diego called the Extreme Justice League, and it's a huge team of people that do this. And I'd known them for years online, but had never met them at this time. So we were meeting up for the first time. None of us knew what each other looked like under our masks or whatever. Obviously, people knew what I looked like, but a lot of them, I didn't know what they looked like. And Peter had brought us to this place, so we were incognito, and people were supposed to try to figure out who were the real life superheroes, incognito. And anyhow, afterwards, the Extreme Justice League's like, "Oh, we're going to do a homeless outreach tomorrow. Do you want to come along?" I'm like, "Do I?" So I went out with them, and in Minneapolis at the time, our homeless situation was nowhere near that. But you got to remember, Minneapolis, this is a weird year, but usually this time of year, it's 10, 15 below zero air temperature and 40 below wind chill, So we don't see a lot of people on the streets during the winter or at that time. And when I went out to San Diego, it was like so many people. And I said, next year, this gives people a reason to come out to San Diego, because they can come out, say to go to Comic-Con. And so they have more of a reason than just coming out to do homeless outreach. And we did. We had, I think, 60 of us the first time. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is Peter's work here.
My name is Life. My real name is Chaim. Chaim means life. And I'm a real life superhero out of New York City, and I help homeless people. I give them toiletries, socks, toothbrushes, and everything you might need being homeless that a city service or another nonprofit wouldn't provide. I also give them kind words, an ear, a touch. You know, these things are really so important to them because they're being ignored all the time. The Department of Homeless Services said, what we want to try to do is make it so that the people will come into the shelter system and eventually get them housing. The truth is that there's more homeless people on the streets than there is housing. So they can't provide for everyone. So I'm not about to let anyone suffer in the meantime while they get their bureaucracy straight. Every single time I help any person, the smallest little way, I mean, I'm talking about giving them a little Halloween-sized mini chocolate bar with 10 cents to be able to make someone's day. I mean, how is that not worth it? My family taught me that charity and helping other people isn't optional. There's horrible injustices in the world, and if you can do anything to, you know, something even a little to make things better, then you should. I want people to say, I could do that too. I want people to be able to say, it'll take so little for me to, you know, write out a check to a nonprofit. It'll take so little for me to, you know, stop and talk to a homeless person. We're all human beings, so we all better reach out and do something.
I take it there's like, is there little interviews with different ones then? Or
Yeah. And an interesting note about Chaim is that he started out, while he was in college in New York, he had found out about us, and he did a documentary on some of the New York groups. Back in the day, there was the New York Initiative, and then there were a various bunch of...
the Black Monday Society or something like that.
Yeah. Well, Black Monday Society is up in Utah, up in Salt Lake City. But the New York Initiative, and I think there was another group, but there were people like Dark Guardian, Dusk, you know, Zimmer, and all those guys were doing stuff. And Chaim went out with them and did a documentary. And after he did the documentary and saw what they did, then he was like, I want to do this. And so then he started doing that, doing the job, and it was he's a great guy. I adore him. He's one of my favorite people, and he's one that I haven't met. I haven't gotten a chance to physically work with, but I'm really a big fan of his.
Yeah, they look really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't really say what actually inspired me to start doing it, but you know, you see something wrong and nobody else is fixing it. So
this is the guy I was talking about earlier out in
What's new about this
Oakland,
not
helping the people that were living under the streets and the sewers. That was Crimson Fist.
Actions that we do, but the I guess the way we approach things. I was especially affected by 9/11. At that time, I think I began the process of trying to formulate some way that I could respond to.
He's a good guy.
Evil in the world.
I'm trying to do the best I can to make this place, this world of ours, a better place overall.
Who's gonna say like, hey, look, here's a little something extra. Everyone likes chocolate, you know? Here's a little chocolate bar. And people are like, oh, Snickers, I love Snickers, you know? And it's just like,
there are certain sacrifices you have to make in order to help other people. We aren't Bruce Wayne, we aren't Tony Stark.
I'm in tremendous credit card debt from buying all this stuff.
If you do with less, other people can have more.
Start thinking about life in a broader aspect. Just don't do things only for yourself.
start doing things for other people.
Where has she been my whole life? Oh my god!
And they're all looking at it like, we just met a real life superhero. I don't know anything that's like that. People would say, why do you do this? And I would say, well, because I'm a symbol and I fight apathy and all this stuff. But after a while, I just stopped lying to myself and said the reason I do it is because it's hella fun. And although we dress up as, in kind of homage to our fictional counterparts, what we're really trying to do is hit the streets and do real things. We're trying to help the homeless. We're trying to dedicate time to charity. We're trying to help kids regain that morality that they've lost, that society's lost with the ages.
I'm one guy. I can't save the world, but I'd like to inspire the world to save itself.
Do these guys ever like encounter crimes like in real time and like stop
They
crimes
do, mate.
and
They do.
robberies?
Have you heard of
and, like,
Phoenix Jones?
assault?
He used to fight people.
Yeah, Phoenix Jones.
He used to beat them up in the street and have duels with them.
Because that guy was talking about New York specifically, and right now New York is a
In
mess,
Seattle.
as you've heard.
Yeah,
Apparently, in Seattle, I think you're allowed to duel people if there's a policeman present. And you used to do that. You used to call
Yeah, it's
people out.
called mutual combat.
Yeah, mutual combat. It's awesome.
Yeah. Well, it can be.
Here he is.
Yeah, right. I love how he walks up to people and puts his hands on them and then goes, "Don't fucking touch me."
I think with Phoenix Jones, though, he used to, he meant well to start with, but he used to just butt in on certain things and people got a bit pissed off with him. Like,
he had
What's
an
that,
ego, and
I didn't say anything.
I was just
sorry.
saying he had an ego, and he just didn't. He's not a good person. He may have been at the beginning, but he became not a good person really, really frickin' quick. And he was doing it because he could get his picture on TV. Is what it came down to. I mean, and that ruined a lot of things for a lot of the rest of us, as far as getting people to help us out, because they'd be like, "Oh, you like Phoenix Jones?" Like, no, fuck no, we're nothing like Phoenix Jones. We help people. And it was just not a good time.
For crime. They say they're part of a growing nationwide movement aimed at making the streets safer. But
Look at
are
him,
they
he's like
for
a
real?
ninja.
We're going to talk to three of the so-called real-life superheroes in just a moment. But first,
Great.
Neil Karlinski takes a closer look.
What's he holding? Is that a staff?
Superman can fly.
I think it was like a
Batman
tonfa.
has his gadgets. Spider-Man has his webs and super sharp senses. Spider-Man. And then there's Phoenix Jones, Red Dragon, and Buster Doe, self-proclaimed real-life superheroes.
What's his name?
with
Buster
no
Doe?
actual powers,
Yeah.
but pretty snazzy outfits and endless enthusiasm.
I don't even try to understand that whole group.
They patrol the not-so-mean streets of Seattle, allegedly breaking up crime when they see it.
If only these guys had existed when the autonomous zone was created. That'd be awesome.
Phoenix Jones was going around tasering people and shit like that and spraying them with bear spray.
Warning shot with his taser during a very tense run-in with a man he says is about to drive drunk. Hey, you back up.
What, so you taser?
Call police.
I know who you guys are. I know what you're doing. Fine. Yeah. If somebody drunk, all of a sudden having people in the face with masks on it.
It is a weirdly close imitation of the movie Kick-Ass.
You want to go fight some crime?
Great
About
movie.
people dressing up as superheroes and taking on crime fighting. Phoenix says he has a real 9-to-5 job, a wife and kids. He says the outfit, which includes a bulletproof vest, has a purpose.
Surprisingly enough, the easiest thing to hide bulletproofing under and be
We got a
recognizable
gimp
for
mask.
police so I
Well.
don't get shot is a super suit.
He stresses that his real mission is to help people, including handing out food to the homeless. Police are perplexed.
Yeah.
The group will turn into vigilantes and skeptical that they've ever actually stopped any crime.
Our concern is if it goes badly, then we end up getting called anyway, and we may have additional victims.
But Phoenix and his crafty gang of wannabe heroes don't plan to give up.
Got it. Thank you. All right. Hi, brother. Hey, thanks, guys.
They have plenty of fans, and they don't care what you think of their outfits. For Good Morning America, Neil Karlinski, ABC News, Seattle.
And joining us now live, Phoenix Jones, Red Dragon, and Buster Doe. Not their real names, of course. They're in costume and
Buster Doe.
What?
identities. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
That's really them.
This morning. And let me start with you, Phoenix Jones. I know there's 10 in all in this group, and you call yourselves the Rain City superheroes. And the question many people want to know, Phoenix, why? Why are you doing this?
I guess it's a pretty simple message. It's just that there's citizens need to be more accountable.
That's why I want to get on TV.
911 is a great start, but it's not the end all to end all. It's sort of waving a white flag and saying if the police aren't here, criminals feel free to just run wild in my city, and I'm not going to stand for it.
It's understandable what you just said, and that's great that you want to help, but why do you feel the need to do it in those outfits?
Well, I think it's a couple. I think it's a couple things.
Where do you get your
to
wonderful
fight crime without the outfit, the police don't know who to look for. They don't know who's bad and who's good and who's doing what. This is a very noticeable outfit. And the second thing is it's a symbol. It tells people and drug dealers and criminals and anyone else that when you see this,
I wonder if that protects him from fall
we
damage.
stand for a message, and the message is that we're against violence and we're against crimes that you're trying to do.
Right. And you have people that support.
Has he got socks sticking out at the bottom, or is that his the way his boots look?
No, that's his socks. Yeah, he's just
never thought I'd say that. Red Dragon
didn't have boots for some reason.
A wooden sword that you carried.
Okay.
You don't have guns. You do
I love
cover.
how he had the option to not do the single piece Batman cowl that prevents you from moving, but he chose
that
to
when
do
someone
it anyway.
sees you at 3 o'clock in the morning, say, with a sword,
I'll do it anyway.
they think that you're asking for trouble and not really there to help, but causing trouble?
Actually, for the most part, I haven't even had to even pull this out from my belt. Most people don't even really notice it, especially at 3 o'clock in the morning. Usually the people that are out at 3 o'clock in the morning are the people just the people we're looking for. A lot of times it's people that we roll up on are usually either drunk or they're drugged, they're all drugged up, or they are dealing drugs on the corner, depending on where we are. But for the most part, if you approach somebody with the right attitude, they're not really going to escalate things up. For the most part, they'll just leave you alone.
This is the normal attitude they approach people with
Let me
right
ask you guys
here.
this too, Buster.
I don't think
Why
I'd be too happy
become a
if
police
Phoenix
officer?
Jones came
If
up
you
to me.
want to help, why not go about it that way? Why this way?
Well, this is a transition. I definitely look into something in that category in the future. But as far as right now, this is what I'm doing.
And tell me, guys.
I think to elaborate on that.
Please, Phoenix. Yes.
Yeah, I think to elaborate on that, the police need probable cause to do certain things. Whereas being a citizen, I don't need probable cause. And I'm actually walking probable cause for police. We want to have a great relationship with police, and we also want to help them as much as possible. When police see me talking to a person that I assume is selling drugs, it gives them probable cause to intervene and talk because they know Phoenix Jones has a history of escalating situations, or Phoenix Jones has an history of this. So if he searches both of us and finds drugs on that person, it takes one drug dealer off the street, and it gave the police probable cause. So in a weird way, we
Unless
actually
you were the one that
police.
sold them
Not
the
having
drugs.
this would be harder for them to do their job if they were to use our system.
That's a little debatable. I mean,
Yeah, that was the thing, wasn't it? He got caught for selling cocaine or something, didn't he?
Yep. He was selling a lot of
So then that comes back to the question earlier. So whoever posed to you, they were like, were there ever supervillains that have popped up? There you go. That's
well,
he
turned evil.
It wasn't intentional, but it was what it was. I mean, that's what happens when you go into doing something like that and you have an ego that's 10 times the size of what you can back up. You know,
Did Two-Face
pretty
lean
much.
into the acid when they threw it at him? Or did he just let it hit him?
No, I'm
you know
sure.
what I'm saying?
I'm sure
did
if
he want to
he,
become Two-Face?
yeah. Well, see, here's the thing with him. So, you know, I'm always the first one to give people a shot. You know, first person to give people a chance, unless there's an outwardly sinister part about them. You know, something in their background or something I just don't have a good feeling. And he, at the beginning, the first time I had any interaction with him was because one of the guys on my team was a fanboy. You know, he was fanboying about him and he couldn't stand to see us not liking each other. And it's like, I've never not liked the guy, I just don't care. You know? So the guy on my team puts us into a conversation together. And the first thing that Phoenix says to me is, "Oh, you're just jealous of me." Not anything. I didn't say a word. That was the first thing out of his mouth or the first thing he wrote. "You're just jealous of me because I've been on TV." It's like, dude, I've been on TV for over a decade doing everything. I'm not jealous of you. I have I don't even know you. I'm like, there's
sounds a bit like Eric July in the Comicsgate community. Do you know much about Comicsgate, Jack? Have you ever heard of it?
I have heard of it, but I'm not well versed in it, and a lot of the stuff I've forgotten over time because it's not foremost in my mind.
Yes,
but
understand.
Yeah, and he is, but like that, because it's just like, right off the bat, it's just like I've done all this other stuff, and before doing this, I mean, when I was wrestling, I'd done TV stuff. I'd done, I went to broadcasting school, for crying out loud. I was doing radio stuff and TV stuff back in the 90s. This is, 10 years before he came upon the on the line. And that was just the personality that he hit me with. The exact first thing that he had to say to me was that I was jealous of him. And I'm like, I've never said anything about you. I've never publicly made an opinion of you. I've never put you down. I've never built you up. I've never said anything about you. And I mean, if this is the way you're going to come at me when somebody's trying to get us to be friends, when I didn't have an opinion in the first place, I didn't dislike him. I didn't like him. I didn't care. But my friend thought, "Oh, you guys don't like each other." Okay. And maybe it was because I was fairly well known in the community at that time, and people looked at me the way they look at superhero and be like, these are the, the Trinity guys.
You still are, Jack. You're in my opinion, anyway. If you know about that world, you're one of the key figures. You're still like one of the top.
I appreciate that, and I, I did what I did, and I do what I do, and it was never about being the popular one. I didn't care if I was popular. I just wanted to work with people that wanted to do the same things I wanted to do, and PJ was never one of those people that wanted to do the same thing I wanted to do. Because if you watch that video, he's like, "Oh, look at him. He's out handing out sandwiches to the homeless." And, right at that same time, he's going around going, "Oh, okay, the terminology is RLSH, real life superhero." And he's going everywhere. "Oh, RLSH, that means real life sandwich handler. It's not, they don't do anything." Yet, as soon as he's got a camera in his face, "Oh boy, I'm helping the homeless because I want to make a good impression." And it's like, nope. By that early on, I was just like, no, I have nothing to do with him. I'm not going to badmouth him, but I'm not going to, I eventually got to that point where I would say, okay, now I don't give a fuck anymore. So I may badmouth him, but at first, when he was still active, I was just like, okay, let him do whatever he wants. And, if he wants to fight and he wants to call me out, I'm more than willing, because I'm not afraid of him. Physically, that's the last thing on my mind of being afraid of, is some little punk like him, but outwardly, I'm not.
I would have loved to.
I wouldn't. Oh God, yeah.
You'd throw him all over the place, mate. You'd rag him around.
Yeah, I think too, no, your costume doesn't have like built-in muscles on it. It's just yours. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And his
Well,
is like
I don't know that
built-in,
I'm
like-
muscular, but it's I'm not putting on rubber shit to, and telling people it's bulletproof.
Exactly.
Is he still doing any?
I don't know what's up with him now.
I'm looking him up here, and it doesn't have.
Last I heard,
he probably went to prison, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the last thing I heard too.
Well,
was
no,
when he got arrested.
That's what I pulled up the paper, and then there's also like his Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the paper says that he was arrested. I can show you here.
A couple years back.
Yeah, so was he arrested in 2020?
Oh,
but then I just looked on his. He's got a Twitter too, and it had stuff in 2022. So after, this.
Hey, Cabby. Okay, the guy next to him in the purple is an awesome guy.
That's
Sadly, he was involved with them. El Caballero, yeah.
He's a
Cabby he's a great guy. I love him. I still talk to him. He doesn't do this stuff much anymore, but I still follow him back and forth on Twitter, and we converse sometimes. But yeah, he's one of the guys
the guy with that
left the
stick
group.
helmet to the right of him.
To the right? Oh, that's Evodicus. That's not a good person.
What's his name?
Evodicus.
Oh, I thought you
EVO.
said something else. I
Yeah.
was like, whoa.
Yeah, he's.
That's what I thought he said. I was like, whoa.
I don't know.
A weird superhero name.
He solely patrols the strip clubs.
Right.
That's probably actually true. But, yeah.
Funny hearing about these personalities, because this reminds me in a way about the types of personalities that get into law enforcement.
Oh yeah.
Because there are cops. There are guys who become cops. Some of them, they respect the law. They want to, be a force of good. And then there's other guys who become cops who are just bullies, and they grew up as bullies, and they want the power. And so it's funny because this reminded me of that, seeing that like there's some people who are actually doing something good, and other people who just want the power, and they abuse it. Get
rid of that.
I learned that really early because I had a neighbor when I was growing up who was a good cop, and he did so much helping people, and he was a canine officer, and I'd known him for years, and he was always getting commendations. He was always getting awards and stuff, and he'd do these things, and he would help the homeless way back then. We're talking, the 70s and early 80s. And, then when I got a little older and I had been dating a girl who her entire family was law enforcement, and they were in smaller towns around northern Minnesota, and every one of them was dirty as hell, so it was like I went from knowing this one guy that was a really good guy, and then meeting these other people that were just scum of the earth, and they were all doing the same job, but they were doing for different reasons. And it's the same with all of us. I mean, there are people who've done what we do for every different purpose under the sun. I mean, people want to get known, they want to get noticed. There are people that want to just help people. There are people that want to help specific groups of people, or they want to get people's stories out to other people that haven't heard these stories. You know, and there are people that go out there that all they want to do is get into fights. You know, and I mean, it's just a really weird community. I mean, we had hundreds of people doing this around the world at one time that we were all in contact with in one way, shape, or form. And they ran the gamut. You know, there were people that were actually victims of crime, and they wanted to help people from, you know, having to face those things. We had people that were advocates for different groups. We still have, primarily now, it's a lot of more advocate stuff. You know, people who are advocating against suicide, you know, and everything under the sun, you know, different people's rights. You know, you go across the board, there's somebody that picks a subject, and that's their big, you know, thing to work with. You know, suicide prevention, homeless outreach. One of the guys not only was doing this, but now he runs a food distribution thing out of New Jersey, where it's his regular job, where he gets, he's, you know, like a 501c, and he's well known in his area, and he gets the grocery stores to give him the stuff that they're throwing out, and he's just helping people left and right with that. And he's, you know, he doesn't wear the mask anymore or anything like that, because he's just doing it, you know, 24/7. And then there are people that just, you know, eventually fell out of it. And, you know, they might still do stuff, but they don't do it the way we used to do it.
Jack, what are your thoughts on the current situation with bail reform and the fact that, you know, these days there's a lot of criminals who feel like they can just do whatever and get out. Even if they get arrested, they'll get out the next day, you know, and in New York, that's been happening a lot, and crime went up as a result, you know. What's your opinion on all of that going on now?
Well, see, that's one of those things I think should not be changed. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's things that need to be changed. I don't think people should be able to bail themselves out, you know, for, I mean, a petty thing. Yes, maybe, but anything where it's an actual crime, or it's a, you know, it's a physical, violent crime, I don't think they should be able to bail themselves out and get out and start doing whatever they were doing all over again. I think you find that most of the people that get out of the situation that way end up doing something as bad, if not worse, later.
Oh yeah, it's been happening.
Yeah, and I think you know, I mean, there are times you got to be kind of cognizant of what happened. You know, what happened with the crime they committed. Now, if somebody, you know, gets accused of a crime without actual proof or anything like that, because there's a lot of people that get taken in who didn't do a damn thing, but they looked guilty, or, you know, they were in the right place, so they must be guilty. You know, people that are not positively identified as being, you know, the criminal shouldn't have to be lumped into the others that are, you know what I mean? But violent crimes, and especially with violent crimes with witnesses, people like that shouldn't be able to just get back out on the streets.
It's a bit of a scary situation, just to jump in there, Jack.
Sure.
Because I know, I mean, I pay attention to New York news a lot. I'm from New York. And there's been a decrease in NYPD. There's a lot of cops who've been retiring early in the last 5 years as a result of them feeling like, you know, their job is different now. You know, they're hamstrung. You know, they don't want to face these situations where they might lose their job, they'll lose their pension. So basically, the number of cops is down, and then consequently, obviously, crime is up. And then you have, like I just said, criminals getting out right away, and it's crazy. It's like, I think it's going to start making people vote differently, to be honest, because, you know, people are starting to get a little scared in the streets.
Well, yeah, and that's a viable response too, to be afraid of that, because, you know, some of these people are coming out, you know, from, like I said, violent crimes, and you really can't take chances and say, oh, well, they're never going to do it again. You know, I mean, and especially like with what you're saying with the police department, the number of police officers out there that are doing their job and trying to protect people, going down, you know, the number of those people retiring and so on and so forth, or just quitting or leaving or whatever, makes people vulnerable, you know, because there is no in between, you know, something in between the people and these people that are bailing out and going out and then doing something even worse than they did before, you know. And I think that we need to, I mean, you know, you kind of want to say you want to go on a case-by-case basis, because there are situations with mitigating circumstances and cases where people are wrongfully identified, or places where people, you know, say they witnessed something when they really didn't. And it's kind of harsh, but at the same time, you can't really just let people back out, you know. But it's a tough situation as far as I'm concerned. I would never want to be the one that would have to decide whether or not someone's guilty enough to stay in prison or in jail till their trial or what have you. But at the same time, there are definitely people that need to stay in. And so I don't know too much about how they're planning on reforming that, but you know, they got to do something, because they can't just let people out. You know, if there's a chance that they're going to commit a crime, and I'm not saying just, you know, breaking into a candy machine and stealing the money. I mean, like, where people's safety is at risk, they can't be letting people out like that. Just to, you know, be able to bail themselves out and go out and do something like that. Because I think every time you set somebody off that has a violent background and they bail themselves out, they're going to probably do something, you know, just as bad, if not worse. I don't know if that answers the question properly, but
that sounded very, yeah, it makes sense to me, mate.
Honestly, I was thinking about this whole time, like in areas like California and Seattle and generally speaking, Democrat-run cities, like the need for superheroes increases. Naturally, the danger increases as well. But like, you know, these states where they have like, or these cities where they have rules where like you can steal up to $1,000 before somebody can arrest you. It's like, I don't. If I lived in a state like that and I saw somebody doing that, like to be honest with you guys, I do keep a Spider-Man mask in my glove compartment for situations where I might need the Spider-Man mask. And I'm like, man, and I train hand-to-hand combat too, like Muay Thai. So I'm like, that's a situation that I would that'd be, I don't know, I would feel like it would be my personal. It is one of those things where they say, look, we've read our whole life, with great power comes great responsibility. I really do feel like that. Like any time a situation occurs where you could make a change or you could do something that would prevent an evil thing from happening or make something less evil happen, and you have to do it. If you don't do it, then what who are you? What are you? So
yeah. And
on that note, I think that's a good way to end the show. It's been great having you on, lads. I've got to do something in a few hours. Matt, thanks for coming on, mate. It's been beautiful having you on. It's been great catching up, having a chat. And I hope you stay in touch with me and promote your film and your stuff, your work.
Yeah,
definitely.
Let me know when it's when you got your channel up and running, and I'll help promote that. It sounds really interesting.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me on.
Dr. Ben and Pat and Carbon Heart. Thanks for coming on. It's been great. If you're Pat,
nice to see you guys.
Probably catch you next Sunday. And thanks for watching, everyone. I think the CG Slums is on. If you want to go give them a watch, I'll put a video up for the chat.
Yeah.
Adios.
Peace out, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Hey, I just want to say goodbye. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Now I need some changes in my life. Now I need to move on in life. Now it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. I'm thinking deeply right now. My life with you is like ow, I don't know how to explain this. I don't know why it's happening to me, but I just realize I'm not the person I used to be. Now I just wanna leave this city. This bullshit is not gonna happen again. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody.